Okay, so welcome. I'm going to do an Any Boosted Slots tutorial and try and explain the strats and skips and movement and stuff that I did in my world record run, getting 258.40. Before I get straight into the tutorial, I want to say that no run is perfect. I do things that some people might not like, some people might not agree with. There's always ways to improve and optimize a run. This run is no different. So if you find better, easier, faster ways for you to do stuff, please go ahead and do it. Please let me know. I'd be really willing to learn some new things, because speedrunning is a constant learning curve. Again, before I get deep into the tutorial, I want to give a few shout outs to people that basically got me going on this run. So my run is adapted from Oddmog's run initially, then had some inputs from Luzbel, the previous world record holder, and also quite a few inputs from Deano0Bambino0. So if you don't know these guys, make sure you check them out. They know a lot of their stuff. They're pretty good at their runs, pretty good at crazy ideas, and definitely worth checking out. And I think finally, before we get straight into it, is there's a lot of information with any speedrun. So if you struggle with parts of it, stick with it. You will get there, you will improve. Just keep practicing, keep smashing out runs. I think I've done 190 attempts of this particular category. I think I've had 21 completed runs. I grinded at it for about 3 months before I finally managed to get the world record. So you've just got to stick with it, keep going, and you will get there. This route can get you sub 3 hours, I've proved it. So yeah, just keep going. But with that little intro out the way, let's get into the guide. So very first thing you want to do before you even press new game is you want to use your no encounters booster and your ×3 booster. You don't want this one, God mode, not straight away. So you keep that off. And then your timing will start the moment you hit new game. Now bearing in mind on the boosted run you get something about controls. You just want to mash that screen out the way as fast as possible, and we can watch the beginning cutscene. And I can drink some lemonade. So even though ×3 is on, one of the annoying parts of the boosted run is that ×3 isn't active everywhere. That includes cutscenes and certain parts of the game where, for reasons I don't know, it just doesn't let you have ×3. The first of those is when we're on the train of the reactor. Just wants you to do it slowly, I guess. It's also worth saying that I remap X and circle, so I will try not to use X and circle as terms and instead say confirm and cancel. If I do say circle, I mean confirm for almost everyone that I know, apart from one person, is confirmed, is cancelled, I'm already confused. But I like it the same way as the PSX was. And of course if you're running this on other HD consoles, you'll have to work out what your controls are, because I have no idea what I control. Well, I'm not saying it. So we get off the train. First thing we want to do when we get off the train, smash that text box and open the menu. We're going to go to config. We're going to set cursor to memory, ATB to wait, and we're going to set the messages, battle message and field message, to full speed. We're going to leave battle speed in the middle where it is, and camera angle we're going to put on fixed. With that out of the way, you want to run forward a little bit to here and grab both of these potions. You've got to mash for both potions, you don't pick both of them up, you've got to mash until you've got both. And then just hold up and run. Get into the first fight. And this fight we're just going to attack. So you can just mash circle. Once you've won the fight, now you want to put God mode on. And then mash through this. Now after this fight, you do up left and run. And you'll get to here. Now this screen, you don't need to do this movement. This is taken from the no slots step route, but it's the fastest way to get to the people. So you're going to start by holding X up and run. Then you tap R1 and then hold L1. And you'll do this. And you'll get perfectly into position. Mash all this text. Now naming, it's argued that it might be quicker to shorten down to one letter like they would in the no slots route, but I personally just hit options and hit confirm. And done quickly with Barrett. And you'll see this looks like that. It's nice and quick, out the way. Right, so this next screen, you can do diagonal movement and try and follow like they would in no slots. I personally don't, because obviously the movement's super fast. So I just use up, right, up, left, wiggle there, and then left. On this screen, just hold run and up left. And then on the next one, up and right. Mash through the text till Barrett gets inside Cloud. No dirtiness intended. And then up. Talk to Biggs. Wiggle around. Talk to Jessie. Now you can talk to Jessie from further away. I'm pretty close to her now. And then at this point, up and right. Now. No. Okay. Yeah, terrible. Up and right. You can end up bonking into the wall. Just tap R1 if that happens. And then talk to Jessie again. Get into the elevator. So you can do quick elevator on 3 times. The way to do this is, I'll do this slowly now just to demonstrate. When the elevator reaches the bottom point, so you can see it's moving up and down now. When it reaches the bottom point, you want to clear this text box and then just mash as fast as you can. And I got slow elevator, perfect. Brilliant. Okay, well, in general, that works. You just have to believe me on that. Run out, and the here is just down, and then down right. Yes, it's really hard to do slowly. Down, down left, to here, and then you can run down. So, kind of hard to explain slowly. But you just want to keep this movement clean. Ignore the potion, grab this ladder, just head to Guard Scorpion like you normally would. So now we're going to have our first boss fight. The trick with this one is we want to do weight tricking with limits. And I'll try my best to slowly explain how this works. So, before the fight starts, if we see the ATBs are full, or nearly full, we want to smash confirm and get one limit off, for definite. You then want to hold with the second limit until the first limit is probably about halfway. You can't really get more than 2 limits off before Guard Scorpion will do search scope. So let's do that first part now. So I see Barrett has a limit. I'm holding with Clouds here. So I haven't confirmed it. I mashed through Barrett's one, and now Cloud's one is just holding. Barrett's basically finished the animation for his, so now I want to release this limit. At this point, you see there was a delay before Barrett had his limit. What we want to do is wait until the limit is flashing like it is now. Select it and wait until Clouds comes up. So now Clouds is available. Now we want to fire it and we want to hit circle or confirm 3 times, which will then hold Cloud's limit on Guard Scorpion. Like this. So I've now selected Barrett's. Clouds is waiting. We will wait until Barrett's is next available. So you either hear a sound, it will make like a ding noise. It'll also say across the top of the screen, Barrett limit break. I'll try and pause at the right moment. There. So that noise and the message that's at the top of the screen now, once you see and hear that, you fire off Cloud's limit and you repeat this cycle for the entire fight until Guard Scorpion's dead. He shouldn't actually attack if you pull this off right. GG. Skip through this. Run to the ladder, which is just holding left on that screen. Grab this ladder, of course. Grab the potion. Sort Jesse out. Now this ladder coming up can be a little bit troll. If you run all the way up to it, it won't let you grab it. You have to grab it slightly early. So I'm mashing confirm and you won't grab it. If you get it from slightly early, like here, it will let you do it. So as you're running to the ladder, you want to be pushing circle about here, and it will let you grab it. Here, you just want to go left, and when you get onto this screen, you want to hold run and right, but you want to tap R1, and that will put you on here. And run and right will get you up to here, running up, running left, and then running up. Hit the elevator. Coming out the elevator, you just want to go running left. Talk to Jesse. Running down. Talk to Biggs. Running down left. And you're at the reactor. Hello, Peanut. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Now here we can just mash text. Until pretty much Barrett says, wait until we're back at the hideout. Yep. Now, on these stairs, I can't demonstrate now, but if you're quick and you get up these stairs and Barrett's still running, you get to here and you want to kind of hold down and run. And then left and run. If you do this properly, like normally if you just hold left and sort of wiggle like this, Barrett will be in the way. If you run up the stairs then hold down then left, you can get past Barrett. And I mean, it doesn't save much time, but you can get in front of Barrett and it saves you a second or so, otherwise you'll just bonk, 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 bonk. On this screen, just run out. And then we go down, down left, down, and down to the bottom. Don't need to pick up that potion there. These, obviously you don't want to fight them. Janini says don't be afraid to bonk. I mean, movement takes practice. Movement's hard to explain doing it slowly as well. So I probably will bonk a fair bit. But the inputs I'm saying, if you do them quickly with practice, and you won't be bonking too much. Like I said, this is one of the sad moments where it doesn't let you ×3 for whatever reason. So we just slowly mash through text. We can talk a little bit about mashing at this point. I mash with just one thumb and I shake my arm. I don't recommend people do this. It's really not good for RSI. You will get a sore forearm after a while, especially if you're grinding out runs. You'll get RSI in your thumb. It's what I do. There's other ways of doing it. You can mash with 2 thumbs like this, which I probably should do, but I don't. You can do stuff with your fingers like this. Basically whatever's comfortable for you and allows you to mash quickly. You do want to mash through text as fast as possible. You'd be surprised how much time you can save by mashing quickly. So from here, it looks like you just want to go down, but you don't. You want to run down right, and it will put you in the perfect place. So coming up, we have Jesse skip, first skip of the game. This skip is pixel perfect. You need to get cloud in exactly the right place for this skip to work. There's 3 ways of doing it, to my knowledge. We're going to do the easiest and most reliable one. So once everyone's run in place and you're in control of cloud again, you want to run down. You can't do this with walking. So if you're not sure about it, practice it. Once you get to about here, you want to start just holding run still and tapping down. And not do that. So here comes the plague of double inputs. Good advantage of Jesse skip, if you mess it up, just run out, come back in. So run to here, and we're tapping down. Right, this is perfect. So what you'll see is at the very bottom of the screen, sort of Cloud's knees are literally as close to the bottom of the screen as they can be. If I take one more step from here, the guy will run out. And if I'm one step above this, then the skip won't work. So make a mental note, take a screenshot, whatever, of this exact position. This is where you need to be for Jesse skip. Open the menu, and then as you close the menu, you want to hold down and right and circle all at the same time. So close the menu, down, right and circle. What will happen is the guy comes out and you talk to Jesse at the same time. This is exactly what you want to see. So it's like 2 text boxes over the top of each other. Clear the text box, clear the text box. And when Jesse says this, I like this kind of stuff. You want to run up to the door and clear the text box as you go through. It's probably a bit too slow there. I wanted the door to open before I went through it. Basically, as you go through that door and the screen starts to fade, and you want to clear that text box. If it worked, it did, I was lucky, just in time. You skip the whole dialogue where Jesse shows you the screen and the map of Midgar and what the train's doing and all that stuff. Given that this section isn't on triple speed as well, you save about 12 to 15 seconds if you do this quickly. Yo, X-Siege, welcome. We're doing a any percent tutorial. It's going pretty well. I've already messed up a couple of things, but all being explained. Once you've spoken to Jesse, you move left and then up left to talk to Barrett, and you just mash text until the cutscene. So when Cloud says it's like this train, you can't run anywhere apart from where it's located, that's when the cutscene starts, so you can rest your hands for a minute. Well, like I said, the good thing with Jesse skip is if you mess it up, certainly in practice, you can run out the carriage and do it again. The only way you can't mess it up is if you talk to Jesse. Then you have to go through all the stuff. But like I say, if you're learning this run, it's 12 to 15 seconds if you do it properly. It's not going to end your run. So to start with, don't worry about it too much. There are a few skips, one of them will be coming up soon, where it really does matter. You've got to get it right. You've got to pull the skip off. So here, just run down. When I clear this text box, you want to run left, down left a tiny bit, and then just hold left until you're in sector 7. Like that. Now here, when it's doing all of this, I'm holding run and right. The cloud will run off screen, and then run and left back on this screen. This saves a little bit of time, because otherwise Barrett won't let you in. And you have to wait for time for them to be ready and people to stop running around and stuff. So it's just quicker to just run off screen, run back, and then Barrett's waiting for you. Down and left over to Barrett, and then up and left to get in there. You mash some text until you can name Tifa, and then same as before, confirm, options and confirm. Now down and right here takes you to the door. Wait for them to jump down, and sort of up left to up to right. God, that's really slow. So we're here. Yeah, I can't do this slowly, it's really difficult. So here you just go run and left. When Cloud squares up to Barrett and says he wants to talk about his money, you hold run up and right. And then when he's done this bit, run and right and then confirm. Now here you just hold run down and right, and he takes one step to here. And then we have the wonderful cutscene. Thankfully this is ×3, so we can just mash text all the way through this. And you're mashing text now until Cloud wakes up. And Cloud wakes up. It's up, right, and then up. Put you here. And then just down to Barrett. Be careful here because you're on ×3, so you can over mash. When Cloud moves, stop mashing. So you get a little move there. You do not want to get the materia tutorial. It will turn ×3 off, and it will cost you 2.5 minutes. So make sure you choose the bottom option here. And then you can just mash. Running out is just down and right. And then down to the shop. Now as soon as you go in the shop here, you can start mashing circle straight away. You don't have to go up to the counter or anything. You just enter the shop, mash circle. You see he's talking to the guy behind the counter straight away. You want to sell everything, and then you want to buy 32 grenades. Down left to run out, and now we have guard skip. This is one of the skips that you can repeat it if you mess it up, You just run off screen and run back again. This skip saves on ×3, I'm going to guess about 12 minutes probably, so it's kind of important. At this point, when you get onto the screen, turn ×3 off. Like, doing this skip on ×3 is technically possible, I really wouldn't recommend it. So I'm going to try my best to explain this one. So once you're on this screen, you need to run right. Don't run any other direction apart from run right. And there's a stone in the middle of the screen. You need to get Cloud on that stone, exactly in this position. So here won't work. Here won't work. It's got to be here. So the back of Cloud's head is basically the beginning of the stone. There's a bit of his yellow hair sticking out just underneath it. There's a black part of the stone. Sort of get a feel for it. There's plenty of videos on YouTube that explain how to do guard skip better than I will be able to. So once you get here, you're still holding run, and you want to run down until he hits the guard here. Then keep holding down but release run. And you see Cloud did like a little clip step there, slightly into the guards. Now you can release everything. There's multiple ways of doing the next bit. What I do is I tap down and left at the same time, and he does that, and then tap left once to get to this position. So there's sort of a tiny bit of Cloud's purple trousers showing between his arm and the guard's head. Now you want to hold run and down right, as he jumps into this sort of bottom corner here. If he doesn't jump into the bottom corner here, you didn't get the initial position with the stone right. So at that point you want to restart. Now release run but continue holding down and right, and then release everything. Now we hold R1 and we tap left. And then we repeat, hold run, hold down right, release X, he does that little clip step, release everything. Hold R1, tap left, 3 times. So you see now on this particular position that Cloud's in, there's a little slither of his arm showing against the guard, the right hand side of the guard. This little slither you need to memorise. It's important. If you get this slither, then guard skip's worked. So if you've got here, you should make it past them. So now you just hold run, down and right, and you see I'm now past the guards, and then literally get behind the guards so you can just see Cloud's head moving around now, and down. And you're past. That's guard skip. Like I say, if at any point you mess it up, you can run off screen, you can try it again. If it takes you more than 12 minutes, you should probably reset the game. If you're trying to go for a really fast time, you need to get it first time. But when you're just learning, just practice it. There's a save point on that screen. Make a save there, practice guard skip, get it down, get it smooth. And you've got a nice, good save where you don't have to go to the next reactor, you don't have to do the bit in the church and everything. It's a skip that you need to do in the speedrun, whether it be slots or no slots. From here we just run, we turn ×3 back on, and we run to Wall Market. Magically Aerith is now in our party, fully named. Right, first step in Wall Market is go to the Honeybee Inn. So you just go up a little bit, right, and then onto the next screen. Now on this next screen, you've got to do this fairly quickly. Do you need to leave the screen before you start to make a practice save? Yes, because you need to get the position with the stone right. And the best way of doing that is from the other screen, so the Sector 7 screen, just holding right and run to get in that position. If you're up or down from that position, it's going to be really hard to tell if you're in the right place. So make a save there. then when you load it, run off screen, run on screen, and do it like you would be if you were coming from the shop. Yeah, Peanut, the skip's not that bad really, it's just takes practice. Once you know the inputs and you've done it a few times, it's not too bad. So on this screen, the honeybee screen, what we want to do is when we run onto it, we want to run right, just right, until Cloud bonks, and then you want to run just up, and you'll be looking at the sign that's got a heart on it, and then you can press confirm and talk to the dude from there. Duff, duff, then you can talk to him. And we just mash until he says this. Now he wants to settle down, he's in the market for a bride. Job done. We leave. We run all the way up here. We run left. Now this is the point where I'll mention L1 and R1 movement. So with Cloud going away from us, R1 moves him to the right, like just by a tiny fraction. L1 moves him to the left. So you can sort of wiggle left and right just by holding run and up and tapping L1 and R1. This just makes the movement in this next screen a little bit easier because there's quite a few things in Wall Market you can bonk on. It slows you down a little bit. Again, it's not huge time saves, but it's a speed run, you want to try and be as optimal as possible. So here, L1, L1, R1, R1. Yeah, if Cloud's running towards you, then R1's going to move him to our left. So basically R1 will move to Cloud's right, L1 will move to Cloud's left. That can be disorientating when you're running towards yourself. You've just got to sort of orientate yourself as if you were Cloud. Here, you just talk to this guy and we mash text. Aerith has a wonderful idea of making Cloud female. I think we all know about at this point. You just run down. Yeah. So when I do this movement in reverse, I get quite confused with L1 and R1 when Cloud's running towards me. So I just sort of wiggle it with the D-pad. First stop is we close shop. We just mash. Cloud will sort of do a reaction and then we can do down right to run out. And then we want to run back up and we want to go to the bar. We don't want Cloud picked in this route. So if anyone's watched the No Slots Speedruns, obviously we always get Cloud picked. We don't want to do that on this one. So we can kind of go through Wall Market quite quickly. We talk to him. We just mash because we don't care what dress we get. And we leave. We go back to the clothes shop. Now, there's a little trick here that can save probably maybe 1 second, maybe 2 seconds on ×3. It really doesn't make much difference. But as you run into this shop, you think the counter is sort of upright from Cloud when he enters this shop. So I'll do it here. It's upright would put you to here talking to him. You want to be buffering that movement as you run in, and you want to be hitting confirm and holding run. So you kind of need to push 2 buttons with your thumb at the same time whilst holding up and right. What this will do is when Cloud goes into the changing room to get dressed, he will run. If you don't do it, he will walk. So you need to be holding run and buffering that movement up, right and circle. So I just sort of slip my thumb to mash circle like that, and then Cloud runs. And you can mash some text, and then we can run out. Now we've got to go and do some squats. With the squats here, I just run up a little bit and then I use this whole R1 thing. You run straight in. We need to win or at least draw squats. This takes some practice. So for those of you using normal controls, it's square, X, circle. For those of you that run PSX controls, it's square, circle, X. Again, do some practice. It can be done on ×3. If you lose, it's not a huge time loss. I think it's about 4 seconds, but you've got to think all of these few seconds add up, and in a speedrun that's what it's all about. So if you can save the seconds, you do. You mash some text. If he says no, I'll explain the rules, he means now I'll explain the rules. And then you have 2 screens of this. So 1, 2, got it. And then I say just be quiet. When he says just be quiet, then you want to push down afterwards because you don't want to practice. Otherwise you have 30 seconds to wait. Well, it's not 10 seconds, but still 10 seconds. Once you push this, obviously it's going to start, so this is where you want to try and get your squats and try and win. There we go. Cool, he did well that time. And that's it for wall market. So we just go back to the clothes shop, get Cloud dressed, looking absolutely fabulous. So on that one, you just run straight up to the changing room. Wait for Aerith to get changed. She says, oh, you're no fun. You can run out. And then run up. Hey ladies. Right, these stairs here can be really troll. I imagine me explaining this, I'm going to get it wrong, but you basically want to run down to, you see where the floor changes, so there's like an entrance part, and then you've got like, which is light coloured, and the rest of everything is dark coloured. It's about here you want to get to, and then you just hold right and run, and you'll go straight up the stairs. Go up to here, and then just hold left. Mash until Aerith says right Cloud, and then it's sort of up left to left to talk to Tifa. Mash more text, and now we keep mashing until the Cloud asks if he's the third person, and they say you're right, you didn't need to ... ask. That's the end of that mashing. You're right, you didn't need to ask. Now at this point, you want to be holding run and left, confirm that text box, and then mash confirm. Pick up that ether, and then just hold run and right. You must pick up that ether, it's important. And then here I just run right until I'm in front of the doors, and then up, and then up left, to the corner of the desk. You can't talk to him from in front of the desk, you've got to go around the side. I don't know why, but you do. And then we just mash. And you will choose Tifa. So in this room there is a guy with, on the left, with green trousers and spiky hair. What we're going to do, once we've cleared these text boxes, is we're going to talk to him, and we're going to talk to him 3 times. You have to talk to anyone, any of the people 3 times basically, 3 dialogues you need to do. Obviously it's quicker to talk to the same person because you can just mash. So we go up to this guy, we talk to him 3 times, and we go here. The next 2 fights. The first fight we are going to just do bravers. So bravers on all 3. Oh. Now the second fight, we're going to throw grenades to the guys on the front row, and then we're going to do 2 bravers on the guy at the back. reason why we choose this route and we do this guarantees that we've done enough limit breaks. So we have cross slash. Running off this screen, you just want to do down, left and run, and then left and run until you get Aerith. We can just mash this. Doesn't matter what text box you choose. And then obviously right, up. Now here you want to run up and then up right, and then up left into there. Basically you go around the right hand side. If you go around the left hand side you can make it through, but you're going to bonk on stuff. We mash on all of this until Tifa says, will you come to me, come to sector 5 with me, and Cloud says of course Tifa. And we're going to run down to the edge of the bed and then left. Of course Tifa, so we end up here, down and then left. And we get to our next boss fight. Apps is super simple. So we just need to talk to Tifa. You can talk to Aerith first, whichever you prefer. I prefer talking to Tifa first, and then Aerith, because then we're next to the ladder, which we need for getting out of the sewers. So with apps, before the fight starts, the strategy is simple. We're going to throw grenades with Tifa and Aerith, and as soon as we get Cloud gets a turn, we're going to do cross slash with Cloud once. After we've done cross slash, switch Cloud to grenades, and you just throw grenades until the end of the fight. No, this route doesn't do preemptive apps generally. Not yet, anyway. Because there's no step route. So grenade, cross slash. Cross slash paralyzes that. So at this point we just want to be quick. Notice I swap Cloud to grenade and then we just mash until the end of the fight. GG. Easy fight. So apps isn't difficult at all. Movement here is tricky. I don't know if I can really explain what I do. It's sort of similar to the step route movement. So I'm doing upright and R1, I'm grabbing the ladder, I'm running down to get to here, and then upright, or just up. You want to grab steel, that's important. You do need steel later, so make sure you pick it up. And then jump down. Here we can just run, try and keep your movement clean. Now when you come up here, don't start mashing straight away. Wait until they run out and start talking, then start mashing. Otherwise Cloud moves like back towards the ladder. It's not needed. Here you just do right with a tap of R1, and you can grab the ladder without hitting the save point. Now we want to pick up a high potion here. Here is sort of up left, up right, down right. Sort of, you'll get a feel for this over time. Doesn't need to be perfect. On this screen, you can make life a lot easier. You just hold up and run, and hold out R1, and you'll run straight to the train. And run around the train, jump in the other one, right to this ladder, grab this high potion, and then once you're on this train here, you can just hold left, grab the ladder, keep holding run and left, keep holding run and left, and you get hit. Mash through all of this. Right, these stairs can be really troll. People can struggle with getting on these stairs, especially on ×3. I'm going to try and do this slowly. Basically, you want to get to about here, probably one step further than here, where Cloud's about to hit the fence. And then, so all I've done is run up. When he gets to basically hitting the fence, so 1 or 2 steps further than he is now, keep holding running up and just add R1. And then you'll run onto the stairs. Otherwise, you run around and around the stairs, you hit the save point lots of times, and it can be really frustrating, especially when you're trying to be really fast. So, from here where you can control him again, run up till he's almost hitting the fence, and then add R1 and you run straight onto the stairs. Like that. Takes a little bit of practice, but and then the stairs, well, they're pretty self-explanatory. Just try and keep it clean. Just doing sort of circles on the D-pad. When you get here, you can just hold running up and sort of tap L1 until you're in front of Barrett. Smash through this. The Reno fight, we just want to throw grenades with everyone until the end. If you're having a good RNG battle, you'll get 3 grenades off before he does Pyramid. If you're having a bad RNG battle, you won't get any. There's not much you can do about it. Just press up and confirm twice for everyone as fast as you can, get those grenades off, and then just mash the whole fight. It's pretty quick. So that's good RNG. We've got 3 grenades off. And that's it. Reno is really not an issue. Wait for Tifa to start beeping away, talk to her, try and disarm it, go through all of this stuff, smash text. We've got slap skip on ×3, what a bonus. Don't ask me how slap skip works, I have no idea. Just mash fast and sometimes you get it. Here, when it's in ×1 speed, run up to Barrett, start mashing circle, and he'll run straight to here. Once he grabs that and says, yo, we can use this wire to get out, run up to him by running up and right. And that way you won't run around Barrett trying to get him to talk to you. Yeah, it's unlikely preemptive acts will ever be a thing, based on step route, and the movement on ×3 to get it consistent would be really difficult. I won't bore this tutorial with a mechanistic explanation of how preemptive acts works, but you need to be on a very specific step number. So the game knows what step ID or step number you're on throughout. And you need to get it consistent, which with ×3 movement is going to be close to impossible, because you'd need exactly the same movement every time. And as we've already seen, getting super consistent movement is pretty difficult. So on here we just have loads of mashing until you're in control of Cloud on the next screen. The next screen is tricky for movement. I haven't really got any specific inputs to give you for it. It's just practice. Right, so we're in control of Cloud. What you can do here is down, down, left, down. That's the most optimal movement. And when you can control Cloud, quickest way to get over this pipe is just run and down left. And then you just sort of want to practice movement. See, getting stuck here is quite common. Really hard to do this and explain it at the same time. By the way, run to Aerith Garden, grab this ether. We don't need cover, we're invincible. Mostly. but we do need the ether. Mash lots of text. And go through this whole story. We're basically going to mash text now until all the characters are on screen, and she says to Barrett, "Why don't you go upstairs and see Marlene?" And Barrett walks off to go up there. So this screen, Barrett gets in the way, and she says, "Why don't you go and see her?" At this point, you just want to sort of run up left and then down left. You can run behind Tifa, and you're more likely to bonk and get caught on something, so I take the slightly longer route because it's more consistent. Keep mashing text until you're outside, and Tifa mentions Wall Market. This one. And we go left off screen, up left into this little caravan trailer thing, and we do a shop. We sell everything but grenades, and then we buy 40 grenades, and that's it. Now for fun of this screen again, also this can be quite troll as well, because you can get caught on whatever this thing sticking out the ground is here, which is kind of annoying, and if you move too fast or too far, you'll end up here, or you'll end up trying to get on the swings. So again, just practice it. Try not to bonk too much. If you do, don't worry about it too much. Now here, this is kind of important. If you just run straight up on this screen, that guy outside the inn will talk to you, and on ×3, it's a nightmare to get away from him again. So as soon as I get on this screen, we're going back to the whole R1, L1 thing through Wall Market. Just tap R1 and you'll be away from him. Then you want to tap L1 again, so you pass this dude, and then run up. So like R1, L1, R1, you can run up. Now we need to go to the weapon shop. Don't forget to buy batteries. I've done it lots of times. Buy the batteries. We'll run up here. Talk to this person. Mash the text till Cloud says let's go. And run up. This bit can be a little bit troll. So certainly this jump here, he can do this, and it's really annoying. I tend to just let go of run, take like one step, and then run down, and it stops that from happening. Same here, you can sort of get stuck and not run all the way down. If you walk a step or two, it can make it easier. It just makes it a little bit more reliable. Now, with the jump here, you're supposed to do it based on the sound of it, so it makes that squeak, and you're supposed to hit confirm when it squeaks. I sort of wait until the bar is like at its closest point, so here, and I do it visually. Again, just practice it, and you'll get the hang of it. It's not too difficult. And then just carry all the way on up to Shinra Building. Mash text, doesn't matter which option you choose, we're taking the stairs regardless. So run to the left. I tap R1 there, just because it makes you closer to the wall, you don't need to. You can do up and right as well. Stairs, so these stairs can be troll. You want to get a rhythm going. If you bonk like this, then what you find is every one of these bonks will cost you maybe a second. Certainly adds up. Like, I've had runs where I've bonked 5 or 6 times and lost 5 or 6 seconds to it. I've had runs where I don't bonk at all and I've saved near on 5 to 10 seconds. So these stairs can make a big difference how good your movement is. You just want to sort of get a rhythm of moving your thumb around the D-pad. Yeah, like bonks like that. You want to try and avoid as much as possible. Just try and keep it as clean as you can. Try not to do that too much. We don't pick up the elixir. If you like really hard bonk into it, which is possible, you can sort of get stuck here. If that happens, sure, pick it up, but you don't need this elixir, so try your best not to get caught on it here, because it can be annoying. So even then, like here, I'm now holding right and it won't let me pass, so this elixir can be really, really annoying. If you get here and you're just getting annoyed with it, by all means pick it up, but try and get past it. So on this screen, when they're like this, you've just got to mash the text. Now I should have saved at the bottom because we've got one of the first major run killers of this route coming up in a minute. So I should have saved at the bottom. Right, here we just hold run and right and to get into this fight. Now this fight is a little bit particular. You're going to be just throwing grenades for this fight, but you want to make sure you throw a grenade at each of the enemies first and remove their armour. So don't just mash grenades on this fight. You want to make sure you've thrown one at each of them, then you can just mash. GG. Pick up the keycard and get in the lift. Getting the bottom lift is slightly faster. Don't mash here and go to the first floor. Why does it matter? If you don't, they will get more attacks off, basically. So we destroy the armour off of them and then they attack less, or they're less likely to attack. Once the lift's going up, talk to Barrett, talk to Tifa. Now, I'm going to try my best not to mess this up. This part plagued me in runs at 3 times. It can be pretty tricky. You can do almost all of it on 3 times. You can probably do the entire thing on 3 times, but if you're not confident with this section, where we have to run past the guards, I strongly suggest you do it on ×1. Our grenade count is fairly tight in Midgard, and you'll need grenades to kill them off if you get caught, and to be honest, you should probably reset the run. You can manage it just by doing limits, but you're going to lose lots of time if you do that. So, I mean, it's up to you. I'll demonstrate it on 3 times best I can, and hopefully not get caught. So with Cloud here, we do it on 3 times. With these guys, you can do it on 3 times. Now what I like to do on this part, I do go Cloud on 1 times. It's safer. We run to here. Now, watch the pattern of them. When they run that way, away, is when you want to have hit confirmed, have the person run. So I will do this slowly to start with. So they'll cross over but stay in these spots now. This time, when they run off, so it's a slightly longer gap, that gap, which is why you want to wait until then. Let's get them back in the same position. So here, I now wait until they cross over. When they cross over, that's when you want to move them, confirm again. I do this with ×3 on and off. So it's kind of hard to explain. I'll do it slowly with Barrett, and then I'll do it with Tifa how I would normally do it. Kind of just watch the ×3 thing in the corner. And I got caught because I was thinking about it. Okay. So I'm going to use limits here. Never Tifa's limit. Because I don't want to mess up the grenade count. It's really difficult to explain what I do here and try and do it at the same time. Yeah, it's just time. If you don't use any grenades, then it's just time loss. So if you're first doing runs, if you want to take the time loss, it's fine. If you're grinding for a like sub 3:10 time, you can't really afford to get caught. So my advice is sort of watch that back in this tutorial, that second go of what I did. With turning, like looking at where the guards are, the position they're in, when I turn ×3 on and off. Just kind of watch it. If you copy those inputs, you should be fine. But it does take some practice. Grenade count, yeah, it can be tight. It all depends, because you've got a few bosses, like the Gunner Bros, that can put you to sleep. And you might end up throwing more grenades and not getting a limit off. The dog fight, Rufus and the dog, if you throw a 139 grenade, you probably throw an extra grenade there. So, and you need grenades when you leave Midgar to be able to catch Chocobo with. You don't need them, you can technically do it with limits, so it's not ultra tight. The one thing to bear in mind is the animation for a grenade is much faster than the animation for limits. So if you're trying to be as quick as possible, you want to be using grenades as much as you can. Right, when we get onto this screen anyway, it's down left between the tables and then left to talk to this person. And choose the second option. And they will give you a keycard. And we can go up to floor 62. Now, we don't need elemental, but it's faster to get elemental. So, if you look at this bookcase, second green one on the left hand side, it will say something. If I check my notes, I can give you all of the answers. So results is king, economics is best, break is bomb, and new is Marco. So it will say something. If you take the first word and link up to that, which is, there's lots of guides available that tell you about this. It's also in my guide that's in writing, will hopefully be finished in the not too distant future. You can check with that which one you need. So we had results, which is king. So you just mash this, choose king, and you give you elemental, and then we want to run to the elevator and go to floor 65. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right, this screen, this puzzle. Hello friend. This puzzle, if you don't do it in this order, then you have to do it in whichever order the game wants you to do. But if you choose this chest first, and you put it in this slot, you can do it in any order you want. But if you do it any other way, it won't let you do it in any order. And then just go around to complete the puzzle. Again, try and keep movement clean. Prim's earning any percent. Alright, this one, out the stairs, run out this door. There's no reason to run around to that door. And then just run round, bonk on them people a bit, get to the toilet, climb up, flush it if you really want. Prim doesn't flush. He wipes his ass with any percent and then doesn't flush. How rude. We can just mash through all of this. We go up. And up and right. And run around here, wait for me to chat some stuff. Please be polite and respectful. I am putting this video on YouTube. And run to Hojo, mash some more text. Have a look at Genova. Cloud has a triple speed freakout. Barrett's like, screw this, let's go. It's quite hard to not bonk on the boxes there, but you will. Grab poison, you need it. And then just run down a little bit and it automatically moves you for here. And we mash text. I guess it doesn't really matter who you take here. So you can in theory just mash through all of this, but I always send Barrett away, second option. You don't need to, it can be either. Naming, we've already been through that, just options confirmed. Now, this fight is pretty much the same as apps. So as soon as Cloud gets a turn, you want to cross slash against Sample. You want to throw grenades with everyone else, and once Cloud's done and cross slash, throw grenades with Cloud. Targeting Sample can be a bit of a pig. The way I do it is you just, once you're trying to target, you just tap up and left, sorry. Otherwise, I think if you hit left 3 times, it will select Sample, but obviously that's slightly slower. Make sure you do cross slash. And then spam grenades. GG. After this fight, just mash. Pick up this enemy skill if we need it. And then run out the elevator. We're out the elevator, not back in it. And around here. Again, keep your movement clean. Get in the elevator. Get caught by the Turks. Yo, Moonlit! And much like most of Midgar, we do some more mashing. Now, when President Shinra's finished talking, you want to be buffering movement up and run. So at this point, up and run, and then you immediately get these text boxes. Down to how Aerith is doing, and take a couple of steps down with Cloud so he's not at the door. Mash until Aerith stops talking. Her last text box ends with but ... And then you want to run up to the door and just confirm. Like that. Go and talk to the guard. Go and talk to Tifa. Go and talk to Tifa. Go and talk to Red and Barrett. Go and talk to Red and Barrett. Hello. Go and talk to Tifa. And back around all of this. Talk to Red. You can get in front of him if you do up, left, and then up, but you've got to be quick, otherwise you'll just bonk on Red lots. On this screen, you can run underneath, like Hojo's place here. It's slightly quicker. Here you want to run around the top, again slightly quicker. And then up the stairs, just hold run and right here. Mash all this until Rufus shows up, and then just hold run and up. And then go back to mashing. Doors are hard, yeah. Cloud doesn't like doors. What's hard, Prim, is trying to explain the movement at the same time as doing it. And so if anyone wants to see this movement done without me explaining it, have a look on speedrun.com. Under HD consoles any percent, and there's a lovely run there. Here you want to leave it, and then just run to the elevator. Right, these fights we're just going to spam grenades, with the exception of the second one. So spam grenades for the first guy. The second guy, we want to fire off one limit with either Barrett or Red. Not Aerith, of course, because why would you need to heal? Yeah, it's difficult to explain and do stuff at the same time. So one limited red. Nice miss. Actually, you can still be put to sleep here, like that, and it does push the time. Not so bad if she gets woken up again straight away. GG. Right, after confirming the battle screen, you want to be mashing options as fast as possible, and then just mash confirm. On this fight, we throw a grenade at the dog first, and we pray that it's not 139. Good. If it is, I suggest you limit the dog afterwards, and then we just mash grenades. Rufus needs 4 of them. And Rufus is dead. We menu after this fight. We want to equip Mithril Armlet. Press cancel, we'll take you to materia screen. Add 2 green materia, which is confirm twice for the first one, and then confirm down 3. Confirm. You can do that pretty fast. That's it. Because the limit won't necessarily kill the dog. Yeah. Because you keep materia on. And also, grenade animation is faster than limit animation. Yeah. Right, and then you get a bathroom break, which I'm going to take. Obviously not fast enough. Yeah, elevator is slower, for the record. I've tried it, I've timed it. It's quite a lot slower. Fight game. Fight game is a huge challenge on Booster Percent. You have to start game and sit back. Hardest mini game in the run. Sit back, and rest of the time, and drink some lemonade. Now, Motorball is a bit of a specific fight. Your characters will not die because you're on booster percent, so you have God mode. So at the beginning of the Motorball fight, you're automatically healed. Because even if you did this on no slots, all your characters would end up on 1 HP. Good luck with that. So, this fight is simple in principle. Turn order is kind of important. You want to do Tifa grenade, Barret grenade, Cloud bolt. And that's it. Just repeat that. you just, once you've done those 3 inputs in that order, Tifa, Barret, Cloud, grenade, grenade, bolt, you just mash confirm. There's no waiting for him to stand up or anything like that. You just mash and he will die. Secret grenade, Barret grenade, Cloud bolt, and then just mash. GG. And we say goodbye to Midgar. So we've got another skip coming up here. Again, if you're learning the run, like, I wouldn't worry about this too much, but I'll try and explain how it works anyway. So I'll turn ×3 off. What we're trying to do here for Barret skip is it skips getting a free heal, which doesn't really matter, but it skips you some dialogue, it skips you having to choose a party, which saves you a little bit of time, not huge amounts, on 3 times, probably about 15-20 seconds, but again, you add up all these 15-20 seconds and it adds to minutes really quickly. So see, now it looks like sort of Barret and Cloud are holding hands, like Cloud's right next to him. Bear with me, yeah. So, from this point, this looks like it'll work. I can't guarantee it will, but you want to be holding run, and you want to do down and left so that you kind of run past Barret and you try to run off the screen, and hit confirm so that you talk with Barret. And what will happen is you'll get 2 text boxes at the same time, or you'll get a glitch text box. Not like that. There we go. So the text box now is bigger than it should be. If you get this, it's good. That means you've done it. Sometimes the text will be like out of the text box to the left-hand side. That's also fine. It's exactly the same principle. And you can choose whatever you want here. Just mash it. I don't know what happened then. How did I... what? I don't know what happened then. Okay, let's stay here for a while. Yes, you should be. Oh yeah, clear all the text boxes first. That's what. So yeah, once you've cleared all the text boxes... why is this not working? Oh, I know exactly what I've done now. Click let's go. So if you get this big text box or the glitch text box, click let's go. And then you can leave. Right, that's what I was doing wrong. So yeah. Watch that back and see the last bit to get it right. So you want to run past Barret and try and leave at the same time. You get a glitch text box, say let's go, clear all the text boxes, and then you can leave. At which point, make sure you got ×3 back on. And you're actually out of Midgar, on the world map. Next up we have Calm Skip. Now there is a more optimum route for Calm Skip that I don't know, so I'm not gonna explain it. Yeah, I know, I messed it up for him. I got there in the end. So we go to Chocobo Farm, we talk to him, give me one, mash the text. We tell him we're not interested in catching a Chocobo, so we obviously then buy Chocobo lure, because that makes loads of sense. So buy it. Buy one of the cheapest greens. That's why I said watch the last version that I just did. Strimmer brain is a real thing. So at this point, we go to Interior and Cloud. We're going to give him Chocobo, Lure and Steel. And we're going to turn encounters on. And we run around at the top of the green stuff here. You can get in a fight with Chocobos anywhere in this light green stuff. I see a lot of people that just run around the tracks. There's no reason for that whatsoever. You can get it anywhere in the green area. Got a preemptive grass fight. If you get grass fight, just fire 2 limits. You don't need a green. Don't use Tifa's limit. Whatever you do, she will hit the Chocobo. If you get any other fight, you can wait trick with limits and use Tifa to throw grenades, but make sure you throw green at the Chocobo first because they take 2 hits to kill. Grass is on the plus side, and take 1 hit to kill, so smash it. To play it safe, you're better off having a green unless you're really good with weight tricking Prim. So from a beginner's point of view, you're better off throwing the greens. Oh right, yeah, you don't need a green if it's the grass fight. That's why I didn't use it there. But if you get anything other than grass, you do. Yeah, I said that at the beginning of the fight. Once you finish this fight, obviously put encounters off again. If you don't put encounters off, you risk soft locking the game, so really make sure you put encounters back on at this point. And then you want overhead view. So what I'm going to do is calm skip 2.22. There are videos for it. Available on YouTube by Kuma, who found these skips, well, optimised these skips I should say. Yeah, there are IGT, I have the IGT values, but for the purposes of this tutorial I'm not going to go through IGT manits because it's beyond what's needed for this tutorial. So, you won't bot me, Prim. You haven't got a chance. You haven't got the skill. So, this bit of marsh that's sticking into the land here, we want the Chocobo lined up with it as I have here. I'm going to do this on ×1 to make it easier to explain and less chance of getting caught by the Zolom. In a fast run, you want to do this whole thing on ×3, but it's going to be easier to explain it on ×1. So yeah, get the Chocobo lined up with this thing, and then you want to be moving left and get close to the mountain here. So you don't want the Chocobo on the mountain, you don't want his claws in the mountain, you want to be able to see his claws, and you get off. You get back on, and now we're going to run along the mountain without bonking it. Don't get caught by Zolom, and run along the mountain. When you get onto the grass here, run up and see this dark green patch of land on the right hand side. You want to be halfway up it, so there's sort of a bit here, like a roundish part on it. I line up to there. You then want to run halfway into it, to about here, and then go up. And then this corner, just go slightly past it. And then there's another corner here, just go slightly past that. And then run down. You're going to bonk the mountain, and then we're going to run that reverse path. So we're running just along the mountain, but not hitting the mountain. Now, line up with this bit of marsh again. Get yourself into the same position. I'm going to do something, just in case. Right, from here it will let you clip into the mountain, so Cloud's now like hovering. Now this is hard to explain, but there's a like a black blob, like clouds almost facing it, you're slightly under it. There's a black blob slightly higher up the mountain. You want to be just beneath that, and then there's a solid black line, like closer to the cave, that runs all the way up it, that Cloud's looking at now. Don't want to go past that. So sort of where Cloud is at now is good. And you want to just tap left slightly until Cloud bonks against an invisible wall. And then you want to make sure you only bonk it lightly and bonk it once. There we go, Cloud bonked against it. From here, we go back and get on our chocobo. And now, you probably have to watch this back in the video because I can't do it slowly, because otherwise I'd have to stop in the marsh and get caught by the Zolom. If you get caught by Zolom at any point doing this, you have to restart the whole skip. So, desperately try not to get caught. So we're going to go up and right. And there's a green patch here. We're going to go right. Oh my god. Fucking hell. Okay, how not to get past Zolom. Don't kill me. Okay. Well, we get a second explanation, can't skip. It's like I say, if you get caught by Zolom, you got to do the whole thing again. Get yourself between that blob and the long lark line. Do one bonk to the left against the invisible wall. Up right. And then right when you get to that green patch. When you get to the light green stuff, up right again. Do a little lap around the farm and then down left. Keep going down left. And then go left. Now you can get off anywhere on this green patch for this skip. If you were doing this on no slots, you have to get off as close as you can in the mountain, but because we've got encounters off, we can literally get off here. And we can run through the mountain. Can't skip done. And we run on to Junon. Now, Bottomswell, I can't really explain because I'm not very good at Bottomswell. I'm not going to lie. We sell everything here and we buy 35 grenades. Yeah, encounters are off, no soft lock in the mountain because this is booster run. Run down to Priscilla for the Bottomswell fight. I strongly recommend using RJ's notes for this because he has strats all the way up to like 7th try bio, which is exactly what I'm going to do now. So I can't really give you a tutorial and explanation about this fight because I'm not very good at it. I just look up notes. What I do know is you throw bio and 2 grenades to start with, and you really want the bio to stick. If it doesn't stick by the 3rd one, just spam him and pray. Whatever, at this point, just grenades then. At Pretty bad RNG. Fourth try bio didn't stick. Obviously no one's going to die in this fight because of boosters, it's just going to slow you down a lot. Yeah. Reviving Priscilla, you can either do 4 lots of 10 breaths and 1 lot of 1 breath, or you can do 4 lots of 9 and 1 lot of 5. She needs 41 in total. You could spam limits, but the only other time you need grenades now is for Genova, and you'll still have enough to do Genova. So yeah, you could spam limits with everyone but Tifa. So I do 9 times 4. And then 1 lot of 5, and then just mash. Yeah, double bubble is pretty bad. The chances of getting fourth try not making fourth try bio is pretty rare though. So in general you will get a bio. But best advice is find RJ's notes on speedrun.com, and it's got a good section on bottom as well, and follow that. Make notes for it or something and follow that, because it's better than what I can explain. So yeah, after bottom's well, go and talk to the woman outside the house and she'll let you in here. Make sure you choose the second option to rest. And then I want to try and get in front of Tifa if possible, like that. And then I walk around her, because otherwise you'll run off the screen. And it just gets annoying because she's right in the way, that old woman. Go up to Priscilla's house, do all of this. Mash some text. Come down here, talk to Priscilla, mash some text. And when she asks you if you want to jump, say sure. Now, there's 2 ways of doing this. You can either get onto this screen and here and you mash square twice, or you can move to just to the right of the black square thing there, and it'll jump you straight up onto the top. And then climb up. Yep, shout out to Dino for telling me that the other day. It's something I should have been doing a long time ago. It doesn't make much difference on times 3, but certainly on times 1 it will make a big difference. One thing to note actually, that lift, once you've selected to go down on that lift, movement is active again, so get yourself like right to the edge, like whilst the lift is going down. Here, go to the locker, second option, get changed, mash some text. And then second option, when he says got it, all clear. The marching game here doesn't really matter. If you get it, brilliant. If you don't, it sort of impacts what you do later. a little bit, but not by much. If you completely mess this up, then you get nothing apart from a grenade or 6 potions. It's not the end of the world, you just have to pick up 1 extra ether. And that's pretty much it. It's the only difference it makes. Yeah. It actually can be more inconvenient if you win. Now, I stopped perfectly in time here. The idea is with this, is you want to get yourself between the red dude and this soldier before the guy on the, like, sticking out in the road gets there, and that way you can just hold left and run straight through. That takes some practice. If you don't, you just have to talk to them and then run through. Again, it's not a huge time difference, it's about a second. But... So this mini game is my nemesis, but whatever you do, ignore what he says there. You don't sneak in from the back, you run straight through them. So you want to be running down now, get in line, and then try and get what you can, but it doesn't really matter. 6 potions, so we are going to grab an extra ether. If you get 6 ethers, or you get 5,000 gil, then when I pick up the ether on the ship shortly, ignore that, you don't need it. But if you get a grenade or 6 potions, it's worth picking up. Just mash through all of this and do 6 commands. Then after you to do it, and do 6 more commands. And say I've got it. And then we get out of here. Alright, this screen is just running down. This screen is left. This screen is left. This screen is left. And then the last one is up. And that's it. Now this mini game, we do have to win. Force Stealer is important. We do need it. The way I do this is I wait for the command to appear, I turn ×3 off, I input the command, I turn ×3 back on, I wait for the next command to appear, I turn ×3 off, I do the command, I turn ×3 off, etc. until you've got a score of 70. Then just make sure cloud's facing forward and wait until the special comes up, do the special and you'll get 100 points. Again, takes a little bit of practice with getting your ×3 right, on and off, but trying to do the entire thing on ×3 is really difficult, and there's a good chance you won't get Force Stealer and you'll lose a lot of time on Genova. So try and get that good. Unlike what I'm doing now. It's been a while. It just takes a bit of practice, and then, yeah, make sure you do the special. And then just mash. So again, if you slow that down and watch it back, you'll see the times I made mistakes. But you'll also see the principle of what I was trying to explain with turning times 3 on and off. And get onto the ship. So to grab this ether, basically as the camera pans in towards the ship, you just want to be holding run and left, and you'll be straight there for the ether. You want to run upstairs, talk to Tifa. That ladder can be troll. If it's trolling you, confirm on it twice. You go talk to Red. Now we go talk to Aerith. Till she says, have you seen Barrett? So you've got to talk to her twice to get that to appear. When you run onto this screen where Barrett is, it feels like you want to just keep running left, because obviously that's the direction you're going. Actually you want to just run straight up, and you'll talk straight to Barrett. Now you can go left, I go right even. You take Tifa and Aerith, and then we want a menu. On the menu, we equip Force Stealer and the Power Wrist, and we go to Materia and we remove these 2 green Materia. And that's it. That's all we do for this menu. And we run down. You can do a wiggle left and right. You shouldn't do that, but I've done it before and got preemptive. If I get it this time, I'll laugh. You can get preemptive on this fight by chance. So, first turn on this one, yeah, no preemptive. You do want to do the limit with Cloud first. It doesn't matter about Tifa and Aerith, but you want to fire off Cloud's limit first. And you want to use Braver because it's faster than Cross Slash. So the damage difference between Braver and Cross Slash isn't worth doing Cross Slash for the time that it takes. So just fire off Braver, fire off grenades, and then mash. Don't mash too quickly when it's Cloud's turn, because there's a chance that you'll attack, which I just did actually. Yeah. So make sure it is actually staying limit. And that's it for this fight. You just spam it until it dies. Easy, not a difficult fight. Too much trouble, and we don't need Ifrit, so we just leave. This is where the helicopter dude gets yeeted at triple speed. So the red guy waving the helicopter in now, if you didn't know this, gets yeeted. Heidegger has a twitchy foot. Now we don't need anything in Costa, so we just leave. Now put the camera top down view, because this is an important part coming up here. There are other ways of doing it, but this is how I do it. To do CC skip, we need the buggy, when we get the buggy, to move down the mountain. That'll make sense later. for it to move down the mountain, the game needs to be set to moving down the mountain. It's the best way of describing it. So I move Cloud into this corner, and I just hold down until he hits the mountain, and then I run an anti-clockwise, counterclockwise circle, and make sure I don't touch the mountain. Around this way, into here. Make sure you do that bonk. That bonk is very, 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 very important. I cannot stress enough how important that bonk is. This, just hold up, and then add L1. Don't even need to do that really. Here, you can just run down the whole way. Here we can just run right. Skip the save point. Mash, like mash before you get to it. Run up to it, that jump, and mash, like confirmed, before you're there. It can troll you anyway sometimes, and you'll fall down. It's about 15 seconds if you do. Do this, and then run down to Coral. It's worth noting, when you get to choose a party on the ship, don't have Barrett in your party because you get extra cutscene here, extra dialogue that takes more time. Talk to Barrett, he runs off. Now we have two shops to do here. First thing to do is equip Cloud with Buster Sword and remove the Power Wrist. We don't need them anymore at this point in the game, so we just get rid of them. Now if you got 6 ethers or 5,000 gil, you don't need to do what I just did. You can keep the Force Stealer and Power Wrist on. But if you've got a grenade or 6 potions, I suggest taking them off. And then sell the White Cape, sell the Force Stealer, sell the Power Wrist, sell the Ether, sell the potions. Buy 5 Molotovs. And now, once you've bought them, look at your guild. Take the first either 2 or 3 numbers, basically ignore the last 2 numbers. So in this case, 120 and minus 30. That tells you how many tranquilizers you need to buy. So if you've got, say, 8,900 something, take away the first 2 numbers, the last 2 numbers, so 89, take away 30, you'd need 59. What we want to do here is end up on between 3,000 and 3,100 gil. This is a strong point of contention, but this is what I do, and it works well for the Medial shop later. It just makes life a lot simpler for me. If you've got other ways of routing the guild, by all means, go with it, do what works for you, but this is what I do. So I know when I buy those 5 Molotovs and I look at the guild, I quickly just go like 120 minus 30, I need 90. And now I know I'm on 3,000 to 3,100 gil. I don't actually think I needed to sell. I actually don't think I needed to pick up the ether at all. But either way. If you do that approach of removing the last 2 numbers and then minusing 30, you can do those shops really quickly. So on this, you're just mashing until I look for this one where it mentions Myrna, and then there's 2 text boxes. The second one is where we get the option. Here, don't go on is quicker. And you just run up left and you get another bathroom break. But I'm not going to take it. And we're pretty much getting to the easy part of the run now. So there's a lot of fiddly stuff with Midgard. We've got like skips to worry about, like specific things to do with the bosses, okay, like some grenades, but we've got bottom as well, which can be quite tricky. From here, it gets a lot easier. There's a lot less to explain in general. So we'll start picking up a bit more pace through the run now. That's cutscenes. Basically, there's been lots of like finicky stuff up to this point. Midgar's quite like finicky, the movement and things like that. There's lots of options to choose, there's lots of skips. The run gets a little bit easier to manage from here. So once you've gone through all of that stuff, talk to Tifa, and then we go to Wonder Square. And we pick up the most valuable person of this run. Of course we name skip, don't bother naming him. We do some mashing. And now we have a big menu to do. So, first thing on the menu, Tranquilize Kate. Then we go to Materia, we go to Arrange, and then we're going to move along these slots and fill them all up with green and red materia. So, nice and quick like that. And then down to Shiva, equip Shiva. We're then going to come back to the yellow and we're going to swap it for enemy skill. That can be done really quickly. So, just to demonstrate. You would be, at this point after doing a range, you can nice and quick. Then want to go to order, and you want to put Kate in the back row. The others don't really matter, we don't really care that much about them. And that's pretty much one of the biggest menus in the game done at that point. But that is all sort of, I do all of that stuff now to remind myself to do it because you need it later. Do not forget to tranquilize Kate. That is very important. Make sure you use that trank on Kate. Doesn't matter about these, because these guys will die anyway later. But Kate has to be tranked. We give Kate all this materia because it boosts his magic up. Again, we need that. And enemy skill is very important when we leave God Saucer. And then we go to Battle Arena, and this is all automatic, so you just mash text. So literally from entering Battle Arena to here, it's just mashing text. And then we get to Control Cloud again, we run down to the house, and guess what? We mash more text. Yep, there's a lot of mashing. Thankfully it's all ×3 mashing, so. We swap Tifa for Kate. Right, you can technically run between Reds and Aerith down here, but on ×3 it's quite difficult to get that movement right, so it can just be faster to run out here and just run up like that. Now, leaving this screen, it says the arrow to leave is all the way up the top there. Ignore that. This pipe that's sticking out the building, this like last pipe at the top here, if you run up to that and run left, you escape the screen. So instead of being all the way up here to escape, you can just come up to here and you're out. Much quicker. Run up here and round. On this screen, it's confusing. Just go up and then right and then up again. And a bit of upright wiggle. Mash through Dying. Dying's not scary like he is on no slots, because even if he crits, he can't kill you. So you just throw 4 Molotovs and it's GG. You hope when you're on good pace that he doesn't do a final counter attack, but that's RNG. Once you've selected Molotov, you can just mash and relax. Easy fight. He is dying to meet me. No, he's just dying. So unfortunately we got the counter attack then. Happens. Deep lore burn. That's Coral Prison out of the way. More mashing, because we love mashing so much. This is why I say having a decent mashing technique that isn't going to kill your arm like what I do can make a huge difference. The amount of this game that's just mashing. 4 text boxes, then not interested. Don't click all right, because it takes ages. We can mash through all of this. We don't need Raymore. So once Esther goes off, just position yourself like here. Clear those 2 text boxes. Just having good mashing technique, like I say, it's worth looking at mashing techniques. Talk to her. She asks you if you remember how to ride. Make sure you say yeah again, because it takes ages. Yeah, good pro tip from Janini there. Don't mash during cutscenes. Do give yourself a break when you need them. Before we start, actually, when I'm waiting for Esther, my turning counter's back on. It's better to do it now than it is when you're on the world map, because using the analog sticks can move your camera, and it can also move the buggy, and that's the last thing we want to happen, which I'll explain when we get there. But so turning counters off now is safer. If you do forget, then I'll explain the backup for that when we get there as well. Chocobo racing, super simple, super fast and super simple. You want to hold all of the shoulder buttons. Well, actually no, you want to set to manual, then hold all the shoulder buttons and mash square. When you get to here, hold confirm to run. And run to the end. Then mash options, so that it skips it as soon as possible. Mash this text. We get to choose a party, get rid of Barrett, Tifa. And we get to the buggy. Now, this is where things get very important, so I'm going to say this several times to reiterate the importance of it. Do not, and I really mean do not, move in any diagonal direction with the buggy. Like, you can use up, down, left and right. Do not do up, right or down, left or any diagonal movement whatsoever. If you do, you will mess up CC skid. Like, it's very important you do not move in any diagonals. So, if your camera changes to, like, if you don't have all encounters turned on at this point, don't touch the analog sticks because you run the risk of moving the buggy. It will move in a diagonal if you do that, and then setting up CC skip won't work. So if you need to turn it on, turn encounters on because you forgot, go into the menu, then turn it on, turn it off. Because here you're not going to mess up the buggy movement. So if you do forget, remember that you can go into the menu to change your boosters. Right, now we want 2 fights in this area. The next thing to bear in mind, the next few fights are very specific in how you need to do them. You want to do this in the most optimal way to get slots as fast as possible. These few fights coming up until Materia Keeper are very specific, so follow this exact order and you'll never have a problem. So I'm going to move left and right only. I'm not moving diagonal. We want 2 fights in a perfect world. Okay, it's going to be 3 fights. So there are 2 formations in the forest. You either get 4 of these guys, well technically 3, but 2 groups of enemies in the desert. You either get 4 of these guys or you get a harpy. We want the harpy first because we learn Aqualung of the harpy. So if you get these guys, we're going to run away to start with. But what you can do is throw a quick steal with Cloud. The steal with Cloud, we're looking to get a TS bomb. These guys drop TS bombs and can have TS bombs stolen off them. They save a lot of time later. So it is well worth trying to get TS bombs. So if you've got early ATB with Cloud and you get this fight before the harpy, throw a quick steal. Cloud didn't steal anything, run away. Get into another fight. You can move onto the grass and then back into the desert. I believe it makes an encounter happen faster. Don't ask me why. Now we're going to get trolled by RNG. So throw a steal, run away. We need the harpy fight first. So I'm not killing anything until we get the harpy. Right, this is the harpy fight. Throw a Molotov, and then hover on E-skill with Kate. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see Tifa throw the Molotov, I must have blinked. Right, once you've learnt Aqualung, return the Aqualung to kill it. Selecting Aqualung for the record is, once you select E-skill, you want to go right and then hit R1 twice. So right, R1 twice, put your Aqualung, fire off Aqualung, and it will kill it off. Now, once you've killed the harpy, now we want a 4 flat beat fight. And in that fight, we will steal with Cloud, and then we will do Aqualung. No TS bombs, sad. Right, once you've done those 2 fights, come out of the desert, get out the buggy, just to save yourself messing up the movement. Once you're just Cloud, you can move in any direction you want. It's only the buggy that needs to move up, down, left, right. Right. In this part, you need to get 10 kills. Doesn't matter what you kill, but you need to count 10 kills with Kate. If you get a fight with these dudes, and just these dudes, of course, We're trying to steal TS bombs off them. We just got one. Nice. Only steal once, and then do Aquila. So that's 3. We need 10. This one we can't steal because he's back row, so we should kill them. 7 kills. Second TS bomb. We want 3 TS bombs in a perfect world. But that's in a perfect world. Right, another 4 encounter. This will put us on 11, so it's more than 10. So at this point, when you know you've got 10 kills or more, turn encounters off again. Kill them off. Right, 2 TS bombs. Not too bad. If it's any consolation, Dino, I obviously can't teach, but I can do the runs. So, like, life, eh? Can't be good at everything. Right, once you've got your 10 kills, anyway, get back in the buggy. For the sake of demonstrating what's going on here, I'm going to turn ×3 off. Again, if you're not sure about touching the analog stick, go in the menu, turn ×3 off. You don't want to mess up your up, down, left, right movement here. So if you're not confident, just go in the menu, turn ×3 off. But as long as you're careful with the analog stick, you should be fine. It's turning the encounters off where you push both of them that can be a bit more sketchy. Right, this is kind of hard to explain, but for a start that shouldn't happen. So the bonk that we did on the mountain should prevent that from happening. You saw then, like this, is moving up the mountain. This is what we don't want to see. What we do want to see is it moving down the mountain, like this. Don't know how I messed up the bonk, but apparently I did. Okay, let's say that you also, when you were learning this run, didn't get the bonk, you forgot to do the bonk or something, and buggy moves up. Simple cure to it, although it costs you time. Go into Coral Prison, come out of Coral Prison, and now we're going down. So, there are 2 green dots. Yeah, I probably did. There are 2 green dots that are now sort of down left of the buggy. What we need to do is that little green dot, the one that's closest to the bottom of the mountain, needs to be touching the back of the 4th wheel of the buggy, counting from the top of the buggy, of course. This exact position, I'm going to screenshot it just because I'm going to put it in my guide. So memorise this position. You can see kind of half of that green dot now, and you can see it's touching the back wheel of the buggy. If you get to here, this is perfect. I'm going to turn ×3 on for this movement. Now we need to go all the way to Cosmo Canyon, and did I say, by the way, don't move in any diagonals. Also, don't bonk anything. So if it looks like you're going to, like here, it looks like I might bonk the river. Just go down a bit and go left. Go up. Just be careful not to bonk anything. If you bonk something, the skip will not work. So this bit can be a bit tricky. You kind of just want to go up, left, up, left, up, left. Just sort of wiggle your way through it, making sure you don't diagonal. Strong recommendation, even on my world record run. Save. Certainly on the PlayStation 4, these controllers are notorious for doing double inputs. If you get a double input, it will mess up CC skip. This is a very pixel perfect skip. You need to get it right, you need to be gentle with your controller, and you need to pray it doesn't double input. If any of those happen, you won't get the skip, and it's a bitch to get this far into the run and lose it because the buggy breaks down. Anyway, you get to here. Now, sort of almost touching the nose of the buggy now, there is a horizontal line sort of where the textures meet, like where they've tried to optimize the pixels or whatever. There's sort of a vertical line coming out of the V in the clip at the bottom there. That vertical line needs to be cutting your second wheel of the buggy in half, like it is now. So, also going to make a print screen. From this position, you want to tap up, and there is a light patch at the moment almost going into the nose of the buggy. It's like a light coloured line that kind of goes like diagonal down right into the buggy at the moment. That light coloured line needs to go into your first wheel of the buggy, the front wheel, like it is now. If you get these right, then you haven't bonked on anything, you're doing well. And this is where double inputs will curse you, so fingers crossed it doesn't double input on me now. You need to tap left once, and I mean tap. You don't want the buggy to move, it should just change orientation. So it's facing left. Like this. Perfect. From here, you need to do exactly the same thing, tap up. But again, it shouldn't move, it should just change orientation. Like this. Perfect. And if you've got this far and the buggy hasn't broken down, you've made it. You've done CC skip. You get out the buggy, you get back in the buggy, and you can drive off. Turn ×3 back on, move in some diagonals just to make up for it. Head to the river, head to Nibelheim, crash the buggy into Nibelheim just for the fun of it, get out and run into Mount Nibel. So just straight through, nothing to see here, clouds lying, obviously. Run up here, straight through. Now when we get to Mount Nibel here, turning counters back on. We need to do 2 fights on this screen. Everything dies to Kate's Aqualung, so that's all we're going to do. So that's one fight. During the second fight at some point, turning counters off, because you don't want any more than 2 on this screen. So I tend to do it quite early. And then once you've done 2 fights, run off this screen, cross the bridge and go into Materia Keeper's Cave. Turn your counters on. Stay fairly close to the exit and get a fight. Turn your counters off. Kill these dudes and run back to the first screen of Mount Nibel. So we've done 2 fights in the first screen, 1 fight here, and now we're going to run back. We're going to turn encounters on, and we're going to do 4 fights on this screen. So there's 1. That's 2. That's 3. So obviously on the 4th fight, because you only want to do 4 fights, turning counters off when you've got the 4th fight. And when you enter Materia Keeper's Cave, we go back to Materia Keeper's Cave, turn encounters back on, and we're going to do one more fight here. This one can be a little bit troll. You want to hope you've got good ATB, because if they do stare down on Kate, you lose about 10 seconds. It's painful, but it's RNG, you can't control it. And you'll see now, Kate has slots. So encounters off, because you don't need any more random encounters for the rest of the game. Go down pipe 1. So if any of you watch No Slots Speedruns, you'll see we go down pipe 2 because we want the Power Soul. We don't use Tifa for this run for doing any damage anymore, so just go down pipe 1, it's quicker. And let's explain slots. So I'm going to turn encounters on here to try and explain slots the best I can. When you first start learning slots, I recommend you learn to do buffered slots. So what I mean by buffering. Let's get a fight and I'll show you. This is fine. Right, so if I turn ×3 off, it's another thing to bear in mind. Every time you do Kate Sith's slots limit break, you want to turn ×3 off just before you select the limit. So we'll turn it off, we'll select the limit. No, we won't, because I've got to set the limit. Okay, don't do that. When you get slots, don't forget to set it. I've done that in runs and definitely screwed myself over. So after that fight with the stare down guys, don't forget to menu, go to slots, set slots. Then get into the game. Okay. I'd rather not do it on these guys, but okay, right. Yeah, okay. These guys are very troll. Okay, this is fine. So, obviously when the reels are spinning like this, they're pretty fast and it's going to be what would appear to be impossible to time it right. You can do. You can sort of watch and go like face, 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 face. I don't recommend it. You can. It's going to take you longer to learn it. But if you tap and hold square, and then release and then hold again, you can slow these reels right down. So it will not move. It's on bar now. It's like half on bar and half on Moogle. Now on Moogle. Now half on face. Now on face. You get the idea. You can slow these reels down. Now if you memorise when the face is coming up, like bar, Kate, face. Bar, Kate, face. Heart, bar, face. And if you memorise these, the order of the slots, this becomes easy enough to land the reels as you want them. This is what's meant by buffering. We're buffering the reels by using square. So let's get the first reel. So when you then select it, you've got it in place and you literally slide your thumb across, you release square and hit confirm. Like quickly, don't do it slowly, don't be like, oh it's there and tap, tap. You've got to quickly shift to it when ideally the symbol before. So I know this one is bar crown. There's two faces on the second reel and the first reel. On the second drill, they're both bar, crown, and then face. So basically, when it's on the crown, you want to release square and hit confirm. Demonstrate. Bar, crown. Oh yeah, confirm isn't X. Cool. So, thinking about everyone else that would be doing this. Bar, crown, confirm. Now the last reel is a bit more troll. There is a mechanic in the game called Evil Flag that will not let you line up the face unless your in-game time is divisible by 64. Your in-game time in seconds is divisible by 64 at that, which is pretty unlikely that you're going to get it. So getting it reliably just by lining it up will not work. However, we can cheat the system. You can swear, yeah. As long as you're not being horrible to anyone. Evil Slag. That's an apt description. So Evil Flag can be pretty mean. So looking at the order, like bar, crown, Moogle, bar, crown, Moogle, the next one is face. If I were to hit circle now, it will roll past the face, even though I've done it like I have the other two reels. However, if you hit confirm twice, then it puts the limit through based on what was there at that point in time. So if you double tap the reel when it's on the symbol before, you will get it. Like this. But you've got to be very fast. Like, it's not a slow double tap. You need to release square and immediately tap tap very quickly. If you don't, you won't get it. Double input gal relates to the D-pad, not the X, square, circle, triangle buttons. Otherwise, yeah, that would be perfectly ideal. So, we'll get into another fight and I'll sort of do buffered again. Not against these guys because they're troll and they do that. No worries, mama. So, got times 3 on, turn times 3 off, select the limit, and then start buffering. I suggest you go away and memorise the slots. I can't tell you the order off the top of my head. Janine has posted a link which will be visible. I believe they're on Final Fantasy Wiki. So these ones, the first two are fairly simple. And then the last one, there's only one. So you need to memorise up, crown, wiggle, double tap. And that double tap is really fast. I'll now do one more and I'll try and do this with my controller in view. I know it's upside down. And I know majority of people that will be doing this run, X is confirmed, not circle. So just bear that in mind. I have circle as confirmed. It will be in the guide, and the link to my guide will be on YouTube. So hit confirm, we'll buffer in. Like this. Oh, now Kate's paralysed. These guys are so troll. Yeah, too slow. I'm too slow doing it like that. That gives you an idea of how quick you need to be with the double tap. I'm going to move it slightly earlier so that I can definitely get it with my controller facing down. It's got to be quick, like really quick. But you want to learn to get this reliable, because this will be your main, for the first few runs, the main way that you do it. And for the method I'm going to show you now, will be the backup if you miss it. So you can, believe it or not, do this without buffering in what is conveniently called unbuffered slots. Now when you first select Kate Sith's slots in a fight, for the first time in any fight, the reels will always start in the same place, which means like the face will come at exactly the same time in every fight, as long as it's the first time that you've done slots in that fight. So it won't work the second time, and it won't work if the enemy has more than one form, like Hojo. But if it's the first time you've used it in that fight, then those reels will be fixed in position every time. If you can then learn the rhythm that you need to hit confirm with, you will be able to get the faces appear. Now that rhythm, there is guides for this on YouTube available. It's something that you need to sort of drill into your brain through sort of repetition, through listening to it, like in the video, and through doing it yourself. The general word used is ton, and we go ton, ton, ton to ton. And that rhythm is bang on. It has to be exactly right. So I'll pause. No, we don't want to fight these guys because they're troll. So we're going to go ton, ton, ton to ton. The to-ton is the same principle. Evil flag still exists even if you do it unbuffered, so it will still try to overroll the third reel, so you've still got a double tap. The first ton is selecting the limit, and then so selecting first reel, second reel, to ton, third reel, ton, ton, ton to ton. To demonstrate that in real life, again, I turn times 3 off. You can do this on times 3, but the rhythm is 3 times faster and it will be impossible to do it consistently. So I do not recommend trying it. I've seen it done, I've tried it myself and done it a couple of times, but doing it consistently is out of the question, I think. So always turn times 3 off and you go ton, ton, ton to ton. And you get game over. Now, I'll do it a couple more times. One thing that's worth noting is, obviously I'm turning times 3 off to do the slots. The moment you hit the third reel, you want to turn times 3 back on. So, ton, oh, maybe no ton. Let me run away! Troll dudes love paralysing you. So you want to turn times 3 off, do your slots, and then when the game over like animation starts, turn times 3 back on again, otherwise you're wasting time you don't need to. So, ton, 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 times 3 on straight away afterwards. Again, it's muscle memory, so I'm going like duv, 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 and hitting L3 like immediately afterwards. I'll again try and do this with controller on show. Right, prime example. If you don't get it, you're then in the situation where if I try that rhythm now, ton, ton, ton to ton, it didn't even give me one face. So that shows you that the reels are in a completely random position the second time round. So you're forced to do the buffered slots, which is why I say you should learn buffered slots first, because it's your backup. But obviously it's much slower. I just realised Gil's going to be totally messed up. I should have saved before I did this. Okay. Ton. And then hit times 3. So go away and practice it. Don't practice it here. Here is a bad place to practice it, so I mean, you can force the last encounter, so the time when you come and get one more fight in Materia Keeper's Cave, do it at the top, don't come down to Materia Keeper, and then run back out, go back over the bridge, practice it there, go onto the world map, save, practice it there. Like, don't practice it inside Materia Keeper's Cave, because those petrified dudes will wind you up. So anyway, ignoring all of that demonstration, we would have encounters off, because we've done the last fight. We've not forgot to set slots. And then you take on Materia Keeper by running up to him and hitting circle. And of course, it goes without saying, ton. Turn times 3 on. Goodbye Materia Keeper. We don't need counter, so we just leave, go around here. We don't need anything here, so we just run straight to Rocket Town. Right, when we get to Rocket Town, we want to go straight to Sid's house, run outside, have a look at the tiny Bronco. Mash some text, we're back to mashing again. We want to go see Sid, who's in the rocket. So at this point, I'm not really going to be explaining any specific movement. You just try your best to keep it clean. The more you run it, the better your movement will get. The more you'll know on each screen where you want to be moving, what you want to be doing. Sid, we just mash until he says my last hope is to talk to the president. That one. And we leave. One good point. Here we don't need to go this way to leave. You can run round here, it's slightly quicker. It brings you out here. You go back to Sid's house. And we mash. Whilst we mash, I have a look at my phone. So normally that cutscene would be a bathroom break, but on times 3 it's not because the countdown goes down 3 times faster. And here we just run up to Parma, and Parma, you can guess what? Ton, 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 ton. Oh no, I got thrown. So that really does demonstrate the importance of learning buffered slots, so that if you miss it, you can do that. And then mash some. This one you can take a bathroom break on. Right, just mash this, of course. Alright, as for where to go, again, you kind of just need to learn this. I used to get really lost. You want to head to the river, you get to here, you want to run up to Junon. It's not Junon, it's Coral. I've always got Junon and Coral confused. Go to the gold saucer, but the long section. This bit is a sleepy section of the run that takes forever. Now we head straight to the battle arena. Up and right, it's easy to bonk there. Just straight up to the keystone. Now when you finish this battle, which you just run away from, it's quicker. At this point, you want to be holding run and down when you're clearing this text, and then you can run before Dio gets in your way. And then try and leave, obviously we can't. So we go to the hotel. Just mash. We've got to go on a date with Aerith, which I guess what's coming up soon is fitting. Right, the fastest options for the play is the Knight, the King, the King. So the knight is the first option, then the king, and then the king, and that's it. And that's the fastest way out of the stupid play thing. Here, when you get on the gondola, don't hit anything, just let the text clear to start with. Yo, welcome back. Right, here, once it's done that cutscene and there it says beautiful, isn't it? Then we mash. Just don't mash anything before that, otherwise Cloud can move, Cloud can look out, you get extra cutscenes, it takes longer. And this scrolls automatically. Right, the Kate chase. The game trolls you here, don't follow Kate. Just go straight to the Chocobo Arena, run up to the top, run halfway around this, and then run back again. And that's it. And then mash all of this. When the screen fades out, hold run and down, and you basically won't see Cloud in his bedroom. So now, basically, almost entirely skips that little scene. Cloud's movement starts happening before. Obviously, we want Kate. Important menu. Tranquilize Kate. Do not forget, you will die to Red Dragon. And then leave. So you don't have to do the trank there, but you do need to do it before Red Dragon. It's good habit to do it there and then you won't forget. I've forgotten before and had Kate die on more than one occasion. Pretty sad. Run back to the Tiny Bronco. We don't need Death Blow or anything from Gongaga on this route, so literally follow this dark water around and then Temple of the Ancients is in front of you. You go to Temple. Run up a little bit. Now when we run up the stairs into the temple, you want to be on the right hand side, our right hand side of the stairs. So get running up a little bit and make sure you're on the right here, otherwise you'll get caught by the remnant in the way. And mash through all of this. This is another one of those sections where the movement can be a little bit troll. Just move right a little bit, like a few taps, and then just run up. My advice for movement around Temple of the Ancients is don't do diagonals. It makes life a lot easier, but that's up to you. I kind of just do it with up, down, left, right. So yeah, run down the vine, run to this vine, run upstairs, and then here is where a lot of people get lost. You can go down here, pick up this turbo ether because it's in the way, and you end up here, and then basically just follow the path. Can't get lost at this point, not really. Chase the purple dude. Now boulders. There's a small degree of RNG with these boulders, but in general they will always start in the same place unless the game's having an RNG troll moment. And you can do it on ×3. It's, again, just practice. Move a little bit and don't get splattered. If you do get splattered, leave, come back. Yeah, the dark grey ones. They will troll you. So that was a pretty bad example, but it is possible on ×3. You just practice it. It didn't take me too long to get the hang of doing the movement. It's just sort of like, I'd say half a second, less than half a second running right each time. Right here, move it yourself and move it to 6. Don't get hit by the second clock, second hand, whatever it is. And here you want to jump down at the end and go in the 3rd door. And the dude is there, you don't need to talk to him or anything. Go in the 2nd door and then go back again. Job done. Here we just run right and mash text and run right and mash text. Don't think I need to tell you what to do for Red Dragon. I think it's obvious. Don't need Bahamut. Here you can just mash, doesn't save much time, but if you're quick enough, choose leave it, it's slightly faster. And then leave. And run straight across the clock. Like everyone's favourite run ending boss. Again, I don't think I need to tell you what to do here. Use Anger Max. Wait trick. Yeah, don't do that. Just slots it. Give it the slots. Solo Aerith with Princess Guard, yeah. Swag the same. Right, on this bit, when Sephiroth makes Cloud walk towards him and there's young Cloud there, move young Cloud out of the way. So now, move young Cloud out of the way over here. And then the same thing again when Cloud beats down on Aerith. Move young Cloud out of the way. Mash through all of this until we're in Gongaga. Oh, pardon me. Just mash through all of this. And one down. Mash this as well. Mash Baby Cloud out of the way there, because otherwise you'll constantly get dialogue boxes if you mash circle. And it slows that scene down. Right, before you get in the Tiny Bronco, you need to PHS Barret out. Okay, we don't need to trank at this point. And we want to head back to the river, all the way along. And then we're basically doing a clockwise lap around the island. Half a lap, that is. And then we get to hit Bone Village. Bone Village is simple. Run up, talk to this guy, start digging, doing a heart. Now, to the left of the white smoke, there is like a brown, black dot, like Cloud standing on it now. Like just below his left foot, now just below his right foot. This is the position you want to be in. Set stuff in position, don't order a search, just click done, press square, and here you can sort of run up left, oh, if you're quicker, run left and mash, get the Lunar Heart, get the hell out of here. On this screen, just hold up, grab the water ring. Don't right there. And we can leave and get on the world map. I'm gonna save here, just in case I mess up this skip. Right, the skip coming up here saves, yeah, on 3 times, maybe 10 to 15 seconds, maybe less. Doesn't save huge amounts of time, but it still saves time. This is Shell Hut skip, so the idea is we're going to be upstairs and we're going to trigger the text box that says get some rest, and we're going to open that chest at the bottom at the same time. Now if I turn ×3 off to do this. Now I run down to here, there's other ways of doing this to get it right. And then I walk right, and there's a light patch that starts like a light patch of wood that's sort of starting now by Cloud's right foot. We want to nudge ourselves right until there's there's like a tiny piece of it now showing. This is where you want to be, and this kind of works like Jesse's skip does. So you want a menu, and then you want to do up, right, and circle as you close the menu. You see it opened the chest and came up with this text box. Now you can do all of this on ×3. Wall and the door. This puts in line with it. Yeah, that works too. I just look at that lighter patch of wood on the floor and make sure there's like 1 pixel that's visible above his right foot. But yeah, whichever visual cues work for you. I mean, play around with it. There's again videos available that explain this skip in good detail. You can do all of this section in ×3 without a problem. So I'll put ×3 back on. You get some rest. Clear that. You can open the menu here. This is useful. So all we want to do is equip Kate with watering. And that's it. That's all we want to do for this menu. Now when they finish sleeping and you can see Cloud, turn ×3 off. And you want to be running and grabbing the ladder ASAP. If you don't grab the ladder before Tifa and Aerith and no, it is Tifa and Kate appear, the game will softlock. And you don't want to softlock at the end of disc 1. That'll be pretty upsetting. So you turn ×3 off after doing this menu. Grab that ladder as quickly as you can, because if Kate and Tifa appear before you've grabbed it, GG. Once you've grabbed the ladder, you can turn ×3 back on and get out of here. And we go see Aerith. We all know what happens next. Yeah, to get on those stairs on ×3 it can be really troll, so just walk onto the stairs is my advice. You can keep it tighter if you walk onto them, and then obviously run. This bit coming up here is a bit like what I explained for the clothes shop back in Wall Market. So you want to be holding run, and you just mash circle whilst holding run, then release run, mash circle. And notice that Cloud ran up to her. If you don't hold run during that bit, he'll walk up to her, and it's a little bit slower. Ancient kebab, yep. Make sure you're drinking a Coke. It's lemonade. It's nondescript lemonade. From a nondescript shop. So, Genova Life, even if we get Aqualung, doesn't matter. Kate's invincible to Aqualung because watering, that's why we put it on. And we just do standard strat or pop, 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 pop. Oh no! Oh no! Okay. That's why we have watering. And I'm doing it really slowly. Genova Light. And then once you've slot Genova, GG, you completed disc 1 and you're most of the way through the hard stuff. It's not too difficult after this. The disc 1's a major part of the game. There's sort of lots going on, lots of specific stuff. Like, I know I said this about up to MK as well, but overall disc 1's kind of a pain in the ass. Well, I wasn't going to put splits on the screen, Dino, and if I'm responding to chat, it kind of needs to be in context. That's why the chat is on screen. So we mash through this. Obviously we don't need to save. Well, I do appreciate you all being polite and respectful to the best of your abilities. It's much appreciated. So that movement, by the way, can be really tricky. Just like it goes one direction, then it goes the other, you get used to it. Here we want to go up the second one, we want to go left, we want to go up this one, we want to go right, we want to go up, we want to go left, we want to go up, we want to go up. We don't need the bolt armlet, we don't need nothing there, we don't need the power source. Just come out here. And we head straight to Iceclint. Here we go to the place on the right. This movement can be really annoying because it looks like it should be right. If you go right, you just bump into the wall. So you want to go up, then right, and then like up to this. Don't mash too fast, otherwise you'll look at it, take the map. We don't need hero drink or vaccine, so we just leave again. We go and try and leave. We mash through this and we keep mashing now until it gives you the options to dodge that punch. And then you just want to mash left on the D-pad. Oh my god, I didn't actually pay attention. That's hilarious. That's actually hilarious. I looked at chat. Didn't think I've ever failed that before. Cloud's dead anyway. GG. Yeah, end of tutorial, that's it. Okay, so normally you would mash left and skip that. And Elena rolls down the hill. Now you come into this house, you talk to the kid. He's like, I got hurt because I'm a muppet. Have my snowboard. His parents are really annoyed. They spent like $500 on a snowboard that is just given to some random guy in the house, but nevertheless, we've got a snowboard. That's just the way it works in this game. And then we go and do some snowboarding. Now, this is tricky. You want to be doing it mostly on ×1. You don't want to be bonking too much, but if you're on a straight line, obviously you want ×3 on. So this is the one exception where I actually use the analog stick. For about 3/4 of it, maybe a bit less than. Up until the forest, I use the analog stick. This, all I can say with this is get a feel for it, get practice. So like, you want to be turning ×3 on and off. If anything, watch this back, you'll see where I put ×3 on, where I don't. Like most of it, ×1, then ×3 there because it's a straight. I'm going to bonk. No, I'm not. Okay. Like all of these twisty-turvy bits, you really want to be on times 1 and minimise your bonking. And then like here, you can do times 3 for a second. Also, if you badly bonk like that, times 3 on until he's upright, and then times 3 off again. This section is times 3 entirely. You want to jump over these, not do flips, jump over them, and turn times 3 off. Here, line up with the red balloon. And I'm using D-pad again here. If you line up with the red balloon, it's fairly easy. That's unfortunate. We want to take the right path first. The right path here. And ideally you don't hit that. I times 3 through this regardless of bonks. And then take the left path, and I also times 3 this regardless of bonks as well. Just because it is quicker. And GG. So the route we take here is slightly different to no slots. We take a quicker route. I recommend at this point you turn the cursor on so you can see where you're going. I'm going to go left. Until you get to this screen, and you want to take the middle route on the left here. And then you want to go to the top right. And go right a few screens. When we get here, we want to go up right a little bit and then up. And then you kind of just YOLO it. So place landmarks, but try and stay in the right path and you'll quickly get across. On this screen, a bit like in Coral Prison, you can get off this screen instead of running all the way to the top, sort of in line with this little bit of rock formation here. You can run off screen there. Here you just want to be quick, climb up as fast as you can. The game is very troll on times 3 with cloud cooling down. So get as far as you can. When you get to like 29, turn times 3 off, mash. Warm ups in quite a few degrees, like it's better to be safe than sorry. Turn times 3 back on, keep moving. Cave 1 is fairly simple. So, yeah, you want to go straight up into this cave, back on yourself. There's a hidden cave here that you can't see. You want to come in here, you want to grab the ribbon, and then you want to do a menu. Do a quick cape with wizard bracelet, ribbon, and then we do a trank on cape. That's it for that menu. And we go up and follow this path round. We push the rock by kicking it. I don't know why it doesn't say kick. Something that's useful to know here, once you've kicked the rock, you can still move clouds, so kick the rock and immediately run up here and do this sort of path. And you don't have to wait for the rock to knock off the, like break the ice. You can just leave the screen anyway, so it's much quicker. Like this. You don't have to wait for it. Then we can leave, go all the way around here. Again, just try and keep movement good, as always. This one, go up. And go right. And go up. whoa, close. That was close. Do not drop below 28 degrees on ×3. You can survive on 27, but not very long. So we run around here, now we've got the icicle fights. The icicle fights depends on how many TS bombs you got. If you've got 3 TS bombs, great. TS bomb the lot. If you've only got 2 or 1 or 0, you're going to have to slots one of them. Yeah. Now, if you've got to slots one of them, do it first. And that way if you miss it, then you can just TS bomb with the next person. If you get it first time like that, then you don't have to worry about the next ones. And we mash because we don't want to jump down. Run up to the next one. Then it doesn't matter who we use, whoever's got ATB first. Get TS bomb. Make sure it's on the icicle, not the bats. I've made that mistake before. Mash, like the last one. GG. It's the end of the icicles. Yeah, that is a good point. So yeah, the hand will wiggle around with the bats because it's sort of tracking the bats, whereas on the icicle, the hand doesn't move at all. So it's hard to tell. Unless you want to put select on, or whatever the button is, the big button on PS4, and it will tell you icicle back row. Just here, up, up, warm up. Should only need to warm up once here. Ignore the save point, don't need it. Just run straight down to Shizo. And of course, yeah, okay, of course, I'll just mess that up. Okay. Okay, we'll survive this, no problem. So I should note on my sub 3 run, I had to do buffered slots 3 or 4 times, but my buffered slots were quick, so strongly recommend getting good with unbuffered. I'm a little bit out of practice. I've been meaning to do this tutorial for ages, I just haven't got round to it, which is why I'm a little bit rusty. But right here, just mash. Right, Whirlwind Maze coming up. This is tricky on ×3. Getting caught is a pain. There's one thing. Most people run down here and go over this save point. I don't really know why, because there's a path here. It's just quicker. So, the first whirlwind, definitely do on ×3. There's no reason not to. As you leave this screen, you want to be holding up and run. You want to run up to the remnant in the way, mash text as fast as possible, You do upright to move past him, and then up, and you get through. Like this. So running up, mashing text. I got caught in the way, which is terrible. How did I get caught there? I really should have saved and reloaded. Okay, that's a really bad example. That's kind of annoying. That's bugged me, that has. Right. So in general, you'd run to here, mash text, and then run. Yeah. This screen movement is active, so if you notice I was here by the time it showed cloud. You just sort of wanna, you'll spawn here, and it will pan up, and you won't be able to see cloud, but if you just do like this movement, sort of up left, up and down right, like repeatedly, zigzagging, you'll end up over here. So you're just saving a tiny bit of time. This screen, you want to stutter step. Now what I mean by stutter step is as you're running, you can sort of tap X. So you release it and then re-hold it again. Can I get cloud slightly closer to show that? See here he's sort of stutter stepping. We want to do that sort of 3 or 4 times on the next screen. So you're going to run onto it and you're going to stutter 3 or 4 times and then just run. And that's it. It's a lot safer on ×1. If you do it on ×1, you will make it. If you do it on ×3, you might not make it. So we'll find out. Yeah. So that was 4 stutters. Now, death is obvious. Not much to talk about and not much to see here. We mash to this, we get the black materia. When we get the black materia, we give it to red. And we talk to Tifa. And we carry on. So the final one here, you're going to walk on the screen. So you get yourself like right to the edge here. You can run onto the screen, but as soon as this screen fades and the next one starts to open, you want to be walking, not running. You want to count 3 green waves coming across the screen. When the third one reaches like the middle where you would cross, you then want to add run. And again, you can do this on ×3. If you do it on ×1, it's a hell of a lot safer. Because obviously you don't want to get caught. That fight is a sort of 30-second time loss if you get caught. But basically walk until the third green wave and then run. And that third green wave should be like halfway across. So 1, 2, 3, and you get past. You can do it on ×3, you've just got to be quick. Again, comes with practice. This we just mash, then we talk to Tifa, move to the next part. Here we keep mashing until I think Sephiroth appears and everything. Cloud will shrug his shoulders. When Cloud shrugs his shoulders, talk to Sephiroth. When Cloud shrugs his shoulders again, talk to Tifa. And just mash. I'm shocked I got caught in the first whirlwind, because that's the easy one. The next two are kind of tricky. That takes, like, timing. Now it's loads of mashing for ages. On this bit, when you can control Cloud, you sort of just want to move him up like one or two steps. It doesn't make huge amounts of difference, but like there. And once he gives Sephiroth black material there, you get quite a long bathroom break. It's like 2 minutes or something like that. No, I'm good. I'm thinking about the Medial shot, because my Medial shot is going to be messed up because I did a load of fights demonstrating the slots. I mean, the principle should be the same, but I'm going to be over, and I'm not going to be over by 8,000 gil. So. Right, the safe option here when Barrett opens the blinds is to not move. If you mess it up, then Barrett won't talk to you for ages. Yeah, like that. You need to move to him before that happens. So I'll explain why you shouldn't do that, because he probably won't talk to me now. And you have to wait for like 10 to 20 seconds. If you're quick, you can run up to Barrett. Oh, no, it worked. Okay, I was quick enough. If you move too much during that cutscene trying to talk to Barrett, he will just ignore you. Like, he just won't respond. Alright, here you want to get in front of everyone as quick as you can, because obviously you're quicker than they are. They're all slow and you're just like, let's go, speedy time. And this is another one of those sad moments where it's ×1 speed. And it feels like 0.3 times speed. It does feel painfully slow during this run, yeah. It's very noticeable. This fight you just treat like a random encounter. I know it's a forced fight, but you can run away, so we run away. So we go to the door to try and help Tifa. And we've got a 2.5 minute time save coming up with the June FMV skip. Which can be done on ×3. It's pretty simple to do. You just need to have a good visual cue and not mess the inputs up. So after this gun gets fired, it will do a screen where it looks at Rufus, then it will do a screen looking at some soldiers, and then it will do another screen looking at some soldiers from like a side angle. When it does that second screen with the soldiers, you want to hold run and down, and keep holding run and down. When it moves to the office sort of control room place where they are, the camera pans up. The door frame, which has got yellow and black markings on it, the top of that door frame you want sort of half disappeared to the bottom of the screen, and you move your thumb from down to down left whilst holding run the entire time. So Rufus control room, soldiers 1, soldiers 2, hold run and down. This screen, door frame half done, and move to down left, easy skip. Run back to where you're supposed to be. Run to Kate. It's better to run to Kate being in front of him. If you come from him from the side, and Barrett has to run further in ×1. Here, just mash until Kate joins Barrett. Clear one text box, run down, run up. Let's get you can move when this elevator's moving. Run towards the ship. Right, so on here it's legs and then head and legs, and then head and left arm, and then release head and just hold left arm, keep it straight. Stop gas, try and open the door. Wait for Sapphire to free you. There's quite a lot of parallels with no slots as well at this point. Like, a lot of it is very similar, apart from obviously how we let the bosses down. If you're ever thinking of moving to no slots, and you start on this run because it's easier to complete runs on. You'll still learn a lot from this route that will help you in no slots. Which I did it the other way, so a lot of these skips and everything I already knew, which helped me with learning the slots route. So it worked both ways. Same game at the end of the day. That movement can be a little bit tricky. We want to lose the bitch fight bits quicker, so slap her back and then just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, mash text. Right, at this point, after they've all stopped talking, you want to talk to Red. You can talk to Red from the stairs here. You don't need to run all the way down to talk to him. When Tifa's finished talking here, do not talk to Sid. It will cost you time. So just go and talk to the pilot. Sid goes off on explaining loads of stuff and it's not needed. Go to the operation room here. It really doesn't matter who you choose. You can choose anyone. And then fly to Medeal. Now you can hold square and do this movement if you want. I personally don't like it. I like to see where I'm going and just turn sharply using shoulder buttons so that I can see where I'm going. That's personal preference, I don't think it makes much difference. And then we do Medeal. Now this is going to be off because I did extra fights to demonstrate slots. But principle in general here is you go to this shop, material shop, talk to her, and you go to HP Plus. Oh, we're very lucky actually. So normally you would do this, and depending on how many icicles you did slots on, you'll be between 2,000 and 5,000 in general. It's good to sort of do quick maths. So like if you get to say this point, you've bought some HP pluses and you're on say 13,000, you know that if you buy an HP plus, you're going to be on like 5,000, so you can buy Destruct, and that will put you on 4,000. Effectively, you need to be between 4,000 and 4,399 gil, if I remember correctly. You don't want to be between 400 and I want to say like 4.6. Someone's going to chirp up and tell me, I'm sure. I can double check. You don't want to be between 4,400 and 4,480. So ideally, anything between 4,000 and 4,399 is perfect. Yeah, I know I'm fine this time. I'm just trying to say what would happen in general, Dina. Because obviously I'm extra fights up, which is giving me more gil. Normally when I do this, if I have 3 TS bombs, I'm on about 2,000 gil. So let's just say I'm on less than 4,000 just to demonstrate what I would do. So I buy Destruct. So now I'm on 3,000. I go to sell. I go to Tranquilizers. And I literally do that. So I'm just over 4,000. Sell them. Job done. Easy. That's why we buy the Tranks. After doing material shop, talk to the dog. The dog will take you to the clinic. And we discover that Cloud's having a pretty bad time. So material shop can be done pretty quickly, just do some quick maths. If you're going to be like 5,000 after buying another HP plus, buy Destruct instead. If you're going to be less than 4,000, so say 2,000 or 3,000, sell Tranks to put you just over 4,000. It's a pretty easy shop. You can do some quick maths. You can do it pretty fast. As a general rule, you can do it from about 45, 50 Tranks if you buy them in Coral. So definitely didn't need to pick up the ether, which I knew, but I did it anyway, and I shouldn't have done. But if you want to play it extra safe, it's not going to break your game. Like I said at the beginning, there are always optimizations and things you can do faster. So we get Sid in our party now, and we want to take Kate and Red. Not telling anyone off, saying that it can be done better and more optimised. But what works for me won't work for everyone. Yeah, we take Red and we take Kate. We don't want to put on any of the HP pluses, not at this point. And we fly to Condor. Oh my god, did I hit triangle? I actually did. Okay, don't hit triangle, hit square and land here. Now, when you come in here, don't just run straight up, run to the right first, then run straight up. Otherwise that guy will talk to you and he's really long and nobody's got time for that. It's a speedrun. Troll ladder is troll. Talk to the dude on the right. Mash text. If you're the master of death jokers, I'd still say it's slower. It's definitely slower. So I talk to this guy. Just mash some, then we say enough, the bottom option, and then okay, ready. Now this is very specific how to do this. So don't do that. We start the game. Now on ×3 you can double input very easily, so like you can see it's double inputting fairly often on me there. So be very careful when you do this. Like, just be careful. You want to select tri-stoners. You don't want to select these guys. You definitely don't want to select these guys, and mash too fast or select these guys, and then you're really screwed. What we want to do is place a tri-stoner, select it, remove it, place a tri-stoner, remove it, and do it 4 times, and the enemy will invade. This is why the gil is important. If you're wondering why we needed to be on 4,000 gil, that's why. Because it forces this encounter exactly after 4 tri-stoners. In this fight, you don't need to turn God mode off for this. You Aqualung yourself. GG. Fort Gondor done. And we leave. Now we fly to Coral. Now this is going to be some of the few exceptions where we don't use slots, because Aqualung is faster. So in general, apart from one fight, if we don't use slots, we use Aqualung. So you can bear that in mind as a general rule. Here you can technically give Kate HP plus if you want to. You can trank him if you want to. Don't really need to. So, in general, guards like this, just Aqualung them. Just quicker. Catching the train, you're mashing up and triangle, and you can do it on ×3, you can do it on ×1. Technically it's possible to be quicker on ×3, but it's less consistent. Yeah, I prefer it on ×1. Then turn ×3 back on. Right, this first fight, slots. Second fight, we're going to do Aqualung, and then we're going to throw the Dragon Fang. Or throw the Dragon Fang, and then do Aqualung, whichever way. The next two, we're going to do slots. And then the guard at the end, we're going to Aqualung because he's just a guard. This you definitely do on ×3, so it's just up and triangle, mash some text, and then down and circle, mash some text. Job done. That might be down and X. It's whatever the controls tell you. There is coral skip here. I don't do it. The sleep animation is quick, so it doesn't save huge amounts of time, but like I've said, 10 seconds or so is 10 seconds. So, oh, the sleep animation is full here. Okay. I stand corrected on that. At this point, you've got several options. I would add some HP pluses and add HP elemental, and that's pretty much it. You can trank as well, but it's overkill, so just add HP pluses, add elemental, link to HP plus, fly to Medeal. I'm going to save just because I'm not convinced. Even though I know it's fine. From here we just run up to cloud. Hello. Technically, if you're very reliable with your slots, your unbuffered slots only, you don't need to do any menu there at all. But you're playing a huge risk by doing that. If you don't have HP Elemental, which protects from the hidden element, which Ultimate Weapon's third attack is, no, yeah, never attempt buffer here. That is a very good point. But if you don't do any kind of protection, shit. Forgot to turn ×3 off. Yeah, that attack will kill you if you fail to do unbuffered slots and you haven't done HP plus elemental or you haven't trained. So not doing a menu after coral is very risky, but if you know that your unbuffered slots are super reliable, you can save a little bit of time there by just YOLOing it. But that's at your own risk. I recommend HP plus elemental because you've got them anyway. And then we get cutscene and then it's sleepy time run of the run. It's worth mentioning that the longest break of the entire run comes up very soon. So here in the live stream, you start at the top. Talk to Cloud to get him out of the way, then run up. Wait for Cloud to appear. Talk to him. do lots of mashing. Go to the one by the well on the left. This one's pretty quick. Talk to Big Cloud. Talk to Young Cloud. This one's quite long. Just keep mashing away. Yeah, at least it's 3 times. I mean, this is a welcome break in no slots to some extent because you know what's coming afterwards, so it's like a little bit of calm before the storm. Whereas Disc 2 on this route, on the Any Percent route, you just you've done all the tricky bits really. You've done all the annoying parts, like all the annoying movement in Midgar, the farming slots, the really dull story bits. You get to Disc 2 and it's just like, well, certainly you get past Gaia's Cliff and you're like, you know you've got the run basically in the bag at that point. So once you've done this bit, you run back up to the top, chase after Cloud. That was some bad movement. You don't need to talk to Cloud there, you just run straight past into Nibelheim. And you mash. Yeah, Eye of the Storm, that's true. The double Lapis Storm. Right, now the section coming up in a minute, when Cloud takes his helmet off in the Genova room, there is a 3-minute 44 break. It is the longest break you get in the speedrun. I will be taking it. And it starts now. Yeah. One. Just trim a knot back in time. It's 10 seconds late. Yeah, mash this until they're all combined and Cloud hits the deck. And then you've got to talk to Cloud again. Right, coming up. It's the last chance really, apart from say for Sephiroth, that your run can die, even on booster percent. Right, so leave the room to make a party. We want Kate and Sid. Go straight to Junon. Now, here you want to make sure everyone is back right, and you want to trank everyone. The reason why you want to trank everyone is if Carry Armor does Lapis and you're not tranked, Kate will survive because he's got HP pluses on. The other two won't. If you miss slots, Carry Armor has a good chance of arm grabbing Kate, and with the other two dead, it's game over. Oh, this is another elevator you can move on, by the way. So here we just run down. This is the same movement as we did earlier. Mash through this. Run down. Run left. And then here run down left. The other thing you can mess up here, if you're not good with your slots and you get back Kate, again you have the same risk where Carry Armor might arm grab you, and again it's GG at that point. So it can be quite scary. These are cards, so Aqualung. Same again. Down right for that, down left for this, down right and then down. Click this. There's no point in moving until the screen transitions, even if I go to the left hand side. Puts Cloud in the middle again, so I wait till the second screen, then hold run and left. Get to here, this is just up. Here is up right, and then up, and round, hit the button. This is right and then left. That can be really annoying. If you hold right and you don't release right, you'll just run back into the elevator room, which can be quite annoying on ×3. So make sure you do right then left. Here, I don't imagine I'm going to mess it up, but you never know, so I will just safety save for the sake of the tutorial. Now here, you can, even on ×3, squeeze past and get the pincer fight. Ideally you want the pincer bike because it's one less fight, it's quicker. And we do something slightly different here. So we do, this is a new strat that I haven't actually done on my run, but it makes sense to do it. You aqualung these guys and you boost jumping. Oh, okay, apparently it doesn't work. I've done it before when Sid's killed them, so I thought it was going to work. In which case, just aqualung both of them. So you aqualung, wait for Kate's turn, aqualung again. This one is just aqualung. That's rare, normally they'll get 6 attacks off. It's an annoying fight. Mashity mash. And then go take on carry armor. Oh, I think it's after carry armor you can use boost jump. So obviously you gain quite a lot of EXP with Sid from doing these fights. Yeah, in general just aqualung the pincer fights. 2 aqualungs, not 1. GG. So I'll try the Sid thing on the next pincer fight. Might even be the rude ones I'm thinking of today. Yeah, basically just aqualung your way through. If this doesn't work, just bear in mind it's aqualung both times. I don't know which fight I've done it on where it works. It must be later. On here, it's ×1, so you shouldn't overmash this. But basically, when he says, "I'm back and I ain't got no regrets," this, and then attack. Take them prisoner, don't fight them. Although it's comical to fight them. Then Cloud does some questionable movement. What are you doing? Who knows? Once Sid starts it, head to the seat. And you're on ×1, so do not read the manual. It will cost you a lot of time. Sit in the seat, don't read the manual, start the mission. Now, this game is fairly simple. Once the screen changes, don't move. Wait for the red sub to go in front of you slightly because you start in the same place. Then you want to tap triangle a few times to gain some speed and mash square. And that's it. I'll explain it as I do it as well. But that's basically the same principle. Don't move. Tap triangle a bit, mash square. Yeah, I went too fast. .918 is pretty bad. You just tap triangle a little bit and then just mash square. It's like super simple, super quick. Now obviously they tell you to go to Junon, whatever, screw that. Get in the sub. And you want to go north. Head towards the northern island. And we want to go into this corner. So it's basically as far up far north into the island you can get. And in this corner, just go down, and you're in the perfect place to pick up the key for the ancients. The movement here is a little bit annoying to get out of it. I just sort of hold move and hold right and bounce around a bit and then go back up. Head back to Junon. Get in the high wind. Go to Rocket Town. Basically land on Rocket Town like that. And head straight to the rocket. Again, for some reason it's not ×3 movement here, so it's fairly simple. They're guards, so I don't need to tell you what to do here. Now, the guard fight when you've got a guy back row, so with the red guy, you want to do slots. It's just quicker. Aqualung does like very little damage on him, so it takes longer. Although I will say doing buffered slots is probably slower than doing Aqualung. What you can do is do Aqualung and throw an S-mine on the back row dude, but it's quicker to not do that. Okay. Congrats. So if you miss it, do I not have estimates? Okay, that's very rare. So, given that Boost Jump did more damage than Aqualung, it would take 3 Aqualungs to kill him. Normally you would have S-mines from the fights around Kariyama, so that's kind of bad RNG not to have one. Try and get unbuffered slots. If you miss it, do Aqualung and S-mine. If you haven't got an S-mine, then I guess do 2 Aqualungs and Sid's Limit like I just did. So that's pretty rare and unlikely to not have S-mines. You still don't have an S-mine. So we're going to have the same problem with the dude after Rude. Rude, obviously the boss, do slots. Still no S-mines. That's very bad RNG to not have any S-mines. Because this guy is, again, red dude, so he doesn't die easily to Aqualung. In general, you throw 2 S-mines or Aqualung and S-mine in. And we just mash until we go to space. I think that's the first time I've never had an S-mine at this point in the game, so that's kind of really unlucky for the purposes of the tutorial. You would use S-mines against that dude after Root, definitely. So here, Sid will tell you that the huge materia is up the ladder on the right hand side. We're just going to ignore him. Then he's going to tell you again. We're going to ignore him again. We don't have to get it. We don't want it. So Sid comes out and he's like, yo, it's over there. We just ignore him. Run down, grab this ladder. Mash this. The next screen coming up, this one. You think you can just run down, you can't. You've got to do like down left and then down. Yeah, Sid, this is a speed run. So that movement towards the pod, like in the screen where Shira was, that can be kind of annoying. It's like the smallest move down left and then down. And we once again do some mashing. We get some cutscene. Tiny rocket, big meteor. And then we're nearly at the end now. So at this point in the run, if you're on good pace, is where you'll start to have an elevated heart rate and start to panic. My only advice is try and keep your cool. You've still got a few slots to pull off at this point. If you've got splits that are looking really good, best possible time that's looking really good, it's easy to get carried away and very easy to mess it up. So you won't lose a run, very unlikely to lose a run at this point. I'd say carry armor's the last point. You can lose it to safer, but it's a lot easier to lose the run on carry armor. That's pretty much in the bag, but it doesn't mean you can't lose lots of time. As you said, let's go to Cosmic Canyon. Pick up Fugue. So you can't land on this stuff, which is annoying. But obviously we've got encounters off, so it doesn't really matter. You can't skip that. I've tried menu buffering it to skip it. Can't. This light there can be really troll. So when you run up here, like if you run up all the way and then right, you'll get caught either on the wall or on this lamp. So once you run up here, do like down right and then up to the door, and then just up and tiny bit up right to the ladder. Again, this door can be really troll because you can run over here, you can like not make it into the door. That's just up left. Talk to Bug and Mash. and drop off the rather large materia. So it's just tap up left at this point and you'll talk to it. Go back down. Mash review again, and then we'll talk to the pilot. Let's go. And we want to go to Ancient City. And go to the left. So just hold up left at that point, and then hold up right at this point. And then hold right. Not do that. Here you got to run back in, and then you have to walk up like one step. I've made the mistake before of running into the fountain thinking like, yeah, it'll go straight into the cutscene. It doesn't. You have to make him move forward like a fraction. Slow speed and mash. Run down to leave this. Wait for this cutscene. Big gun. She goes at the sister right, run up right, and run up left, and left, and down to down right. Down right here gets you all the way down. Try and get in the high wind, and diamond weapon it is. Thankfully, high wind is back on ×3 speed. Midgar. Okay. Can you wait? You just wait. But sometimes 3 we don't have to wait too long. And I shouldn't have to tell you how Diamond Weapon dies. There's no crazy weight tricking needed or anything. You just smash him. Like that. Okay. And what the hell was that noise all about? I know PS4 makes weird noises at times. PS4 version makes weird noises, but what was that? That's a new one. Never heard that before. Search you. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. Oh. Never heard someone say search me, meaning I don't know. And what are you gonna try? No, good luck. Yeah, okay. I don't even know where the sparks are. So, for those wondering that can see chat, there's a... on PSX version, you can manipulate the final descent to have 0 encounters, and one of the things you do to work out how many encounters you've got, how long you need to stay on specific screens in the Northern Cave, is counting sparks on the Hojo screen. But to best of everyone's knowledge, final descent manip doesn't work on HD consoles. So, out of curiosity, Dino is going to count the sparks and potentially predict how many encounters we'll get in Final Descent. So we have one more skip in the game coming up, which skips the whole return to Midgar and the fight with sort of Turks and Proudclod and running through the Midgar tunnels and everything. It saves quite a lot of time. Even on 3 times, I think it's a big time difference. And it's probably the easiest skip in the game. Works similar to Junon FMV skip. Flight to Northern Cave. So basically in this next screen here, I'm not going to mash the text straight away. We want to mash text until Reeve puts his phone to his ear. When he puts his phone to his ear, we want to hold run and right and then mash the rest of the text. So to make this easier, I hold my controller like this. So I've got one on run and one on confirm. So for you guys it will be hold circle and mash X. In my case it's hold X and mash circle, but so now there's the second phone call. I've always done it on the first. And of course we're now straight to the Hojo fight. It's the easiest skip in the game. Clouds disappeared. On the PSX version this removes all the music for the rest of the game. Now, bearing in mind, to go back to the slots bit that I described and said, fights where you have to use slots more than once, so if the enemy has more than one form, you can only use buffered slots once, and it has to be the first try that you use it. So in this case, we can do buffered slots on Hojo version 1, but for version 2 and version 3, we have to do buffered, not unbuffered. Also, don't try and skip to Kate until the next form has appeared. Damn it, I missed it. Ah, wrong one. This is why memorising slots is important. Goodbye Hojo, goodbye Disc 2. Yeah, I mean on 3 times, mate, is like pretty mental. It's just to predict how many FD it would be, and then you can determine whether it's worth doing save and reset. Because I will mention that at the save point you get at the end of disc 2, you can choose to save and then quit the game, reopen the game, and there's a good probability that you'll get 3 encounter or less final descent. I personally don't like it, but then I haven't really done it, so I guess I'm unfairly assessing it. I know it's possible, I know it can reduce the number of final encounters you get. I kind of just roll with the run and let it determine what's happened. But I mean, if you're on really good, pace, it's definitely worth considering. But for the purposes of this tutorial, we will just run straight through and we won't save. But yeah, it is worth a mention. Like I say, you can save, you can quit and load that save, and you might get a lower final percent, lower encounter final percent. But you never know, you might already have a 0 or a 1, you might reset and you might get a 3, but you might have a 6, you might reset and get a 2. So it can work either way. And now on my world record run, I had 1 encounter final descent, which is pretty damn lucky. Would be very unlikely, but you also have to bear in mind the time of saving, then quitting, then reloading. That takes up 1 to 2 encounters depending on how lucky you are in your escapes. So, I mean, if you get more than 2 encounters after doing a hard reset, you probably lose time on average. So I mean, there's arguments for both sides of it. Yeah, this is the point where you would save and reload. Just, if you want to try it out, by all means do. If you're on good pace and you're worried about getting a huge number of encounters for FD, make a save. But here, it's down and then down left. Let's go. We just run left, we ignore the save crystal. If it's your first few runs, grab the save crystal, unless you've saved there. This, just running around the spiral. Here, take the right hand path, it's quicker. And then here we go left, right, right, in the tunnel, left, right, left, left, and then down. These options, you want to go, cloud goes left, parrot right, Tifa right, red right, Kate left, Sid left. And then run down here, and we go down, down, down. And jump our way down this. And you can jump down to that one, if you did that badly. And we'll jump down here, it's quicker. And this one jumps to the left, otherwise you've got to run all the way around. Here we can jump down next to the chest, next bit you can't, you've got to run round. There you can skip a jump. That's worth mentioning as well. On this screen, it's another one of those situations a bit like Coral Prison and Guy's Cliff, where the guy's house is. You don't need to run all the way to the left, you can literally tuck down there much quicker. Run all the way around. If you were going to save, you save just before that trigger point, and you ignore everyone and say let's go in, let's go, let's mosey, let's do the final descent. So here it's going to let you choose a party, but because you took people left with you, you can just hit options. We have second to last menu here. The first thing to do is trank everyone. Next thing to do is set ATB to active so that we get quicker escapes. Here, if you try and run, sometimes it will troll you and it won't jump down to the next one, so just walk. And it will always jump. Should really depend on them. Nice escape. Nice escape again. 3 encounters. Not such a nice escape. 4 encounters. That's pretty average. I mean, 4 isn't good. Now when you're here, before you run up to the middle, this is the last menu and the most important of all of them. Do not leave ATB on active. Return it to wait. Very important you do that. Like, very, very important. ATB, wait, before Genova. And we fight Genova, and guess what? We do slots. GG. Keep mashing until we get to select party. And the party is Cloud, Kate and Sid. Don't need a menu here. Let's go everyone to the settling of everything. And of course, we do slots. So on the final, on Safer Sephiroth, if you're really lucky and you've got nice RNG, your Kate's ATB will be almost full and you can pull off game over before Sephiroth even casts Wall. That's what I refer to as GGMF. Unfortunately not this time. And that's it. You win. You complete a run. But we're not quite finished yet. No, it wasn't, because it's got to be before he casts Wall for that. It's got to be like full ATB first turn of the fight. So one last bit of mashing. Here you have to mash fast. You can still gain seconds here if you mash quickly. And now for this fight, there are rules. If you're going to PB or it's your first run, don't do Omniswag. If it's not a PB, then you have to Omniswag. You just have to. If it's a tutorial, you have to Omniswag. Like, you have to. Now on ×3 to pull off Omniswag, actually yeah, first run is arguable. But if you're going to PB, you definitely don't Omniswag, even if chat's having a go at you. Now to do Omniswag on ×3, you've got to mash pretty fast because otherwise that counter attack will happen before. So be mashing at this point, ready. And the run officially ends on the last hit that you have on Sephiroth, which is now. Then you would stop the timer, and that would be your complete run. And there you have it. The boosted run, the boosted percent, any percent of FF7. This has been my way of doing things. I know there's a couple of mistakes along the way there, but I've sort of explained why they were mistakes and what you should be doing instead as best I can. I mean, it's not been a perfect description of everything, but I hope there's enough in this video for people to be able to pick it up, get a run going, get a good time. You can sub 3 with this. My time is open to be beaten. It's a good time. I'm not saying it will be easy to beat, but it's definitely possible. And yeah, I hope someone takes something away from this, so they've learned something. I will make it available. I will highlight it so people can make clips out of it. Put it on YouTube. I'll put it on YouTube so you can slow it down to see certain parts if you missed it. It's a fun run. People call it a meme run, but it's fun. I mean, it takes a lot less time. It's still got specific stuff you need to do. It will still teach you a lot of fundamentals if you're looking to start speedrunning Final Fantasy 7. So all of the skips and stuff that you'll need in those slots, as much as you need in this route. The movement, the order of stuff that you do. It's all relevant. And yeah, I just hope it gives people the opportunity to start speedrunning, start getting some times on the leaderboards, enjoying playing the game. This video will go along with the guide that will be finished soon. I'll probably get that done in the next sort of week or so. and you'll be able to look at the guide and look at this video for sections where I've not described movements and things like that. Seeing menus and seeing fights done, it's all one thing reading them, but actually seeing it might be easier for some people to learn. It's kind of why I wanted to make this tutorial, so that people can see the run done and explained, instead of just trying to read it from a long document. So yeah, thank you to everyone who's tuned in and watched the tutorial. I know it's not been like going super fast and trying to hit TV pace, no splits. I can tell you final time was about 4:48, 4:50, something like that. But that's with like stopping, explaining stuff, pausing in the middle of a fight and that kind of thing, so yeah, it's sort of nice to just explain everything, because I know a lot of people that watch these runs, it all happens so fast. It's like you might see the end result of what's happening, but things like the inputs, the movements on different screens, the mechanics of how skips work and things like that just don't get explained when you watch people smashing runs out. So yeah, I hope it's useful. Yeah, that's the thing. But there's so much that goes into these speedruns, even this one. And this one is, I'm not going to say it's hard when you look at no slots and step route and stuff like that, and the strats and the bosses there where they can just troll you because they want to. Like, it's easier than no slots for sure, but it's still very specific. There's still lots of things that you've got to get right. Gives an insight. But that marks the end of the tutorial. So I will hope you enjoy it. Shout out to the people that I shouted out at the beginning. So this route originally based from Oddmog route, given some optimizations from Luzbel, especially the slots farming formations. Lots of input and support from Deano0Bambino0 when I was working on this route. So they're the three main people that have given me the most support and advice for this run. I owe them a lot. Myself as well, some of the things that I've stuck with or done, tried and tested. Look forward to seeing more people running it. Look forward to people finding optimizations for it. Make the leaderboard a little bit more competitive. Makes it more fun that way. And yeah, good luck. Future GG. Smash out some runs and hope to see you running it on Twitch and giving it a good stream. Until then, take care, enjoy, get learning.